And he knows that the lower courts cannot carte blanche stop him, which hugely increases the power of the executive.
Yeah, look, this is a great week for him, not just because of this ruling, but earlier in the week, the Supreme Court handed him the ruling on being able to deport illegal immigrants to third-party countries, essentially. So he's on a little bit of a winning streak in the courts right now. And you know what a lot of Republicans are saying is, nope, we're not tired of winning yet. This happened. The stock market's at a record high. He brokered the ceasefire in the 12-day war. Peace broke out between Rwanda and the Congo. I mean, gas prices are at a 4-year low for the summer. I mean, win after win after win. And this particular one is the most important because these individual judges had been, I think, unfairly stopping the president from governing. He won the election. They didn't. We don't have 600 presidents. We have one president. And now he's going to be able to actually govern. And so you could make an argument that this week or the last 2 weeks, the best week or 2 weeks of his entire presidency.
And I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
10 years in the public eye, 8 years in the White House, where every word, every utterance, every heel on my shoe, every blink of my eye, every fist bump was analyzed, dissected, and broadcast, celebrated in some instances, and ridiculed or disparaged in others.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks.
The only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome? Do you dismiss or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history, and who offers no policy or vision for America simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like,
Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat to democracy.
And I instantly believed it. With independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Damn.
You guys have been fucked. I'm going to tell you why. Trump just changed DC to DA. So instead of it being District of Columbia, it is now District of America. Which means now he can charge all Congress members, every single ex-president, every single judge, every single attorney, every single landlord, every single company, corporation, organization, and every single government official in every branch of government now for crimes against humanity and treason. Violation of his presidential executive order 13818. We fucking told you guys that you didn't listen. So, in 2017, Trump gave power back to the people, eliminating all federal, state, city, county, local laws, all your state statutes, and every fucking gun law, including all background checks for guns. All that was gone. He put that presidential executive order in because he knew you guys weren't going to pay attention to it. Now, your asses are caught because he had military intelligence next to him. That is NSA. They have been monitoring everything since 9/11. Yeah, you're fucked. He had military tribunal judges on the other side of him when he said, today, we are not transferring power from one administration to the next or from one party to the next, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. He made us a sovereign country right there. We became a sovereign country, the United States Republic. We go by common law only, constitutional law only, 1776. November 2nd of 2020, he signed the Proclamation Act of 1776, bringing us back to 1776, constitutional law only. Anything else is treason. You are caught. And now you're fixing to find out that everything we've told you was the truth. He never left. Go look up Executive Order 13961, Continuity of Government. You better go read that. On January 20th of 2025, he never, ever put his hand on the Bible, which means that the maritime law that you have always been under is no longer. That includes all your federal, state, city, county, local laws, any and all state statutes, and any and all gun laws are gone. You are fucked. every single one of you that has enforced a law from 2017 till now that does not exist, you are caught. He just changed District of Columbia to District of America. That means that all of you are considered communists operating illegally right now in the United States Republic.
According to the National Cancer Institute, since the introduction of sunscreen in 1940, melanoma has increased by over 200%. Everyone is spraying these toxic sunscreen sprays all over their body. I have this brand right here, Banana Boat. This stuff is full of isobutanes, fragrances, and different type of benzoates. That's basically petroleum. This stuff derives straight from fossil fuels. And you're spraying it all over your body because it's easy, it's convenient, and you think that it's protecting you from the sun. But what it's really doing is putting all types of toxins and chemicals all over your body. It's disrupting your endocrine system, and it's preventing you from absorbing the sun properly. It's actually frying your skin. Isobutane is made from butane. That's what's inside my lighter. That's what's inside this Banana Boat sunscreen right here. It's getting all over your skin, your largest organ. And this is not limited to just the Banana Boat brand. There's many other brands that use the same toxic ingredients, full of isobutanes, full of fragrances, full of benzoates, and other toxic ingredients that you're spraying all over your body out of convenience. But the reality is, it's killing you slowly.
How it rides
tell me what this is all about?
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my tin in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
Storm is no longer coming. It's here. As the world watched the headlines spin tales of distraction, something much larger was unfolding behind the curtain. A covert military-grade operation decades in the making is now underway. And if you've been paying attention, the signs are no longer subtle. Let's go back to 2 June 2025. That's when insiders confirmed the quantum financial system, the long-rumored replacement to the corrupt, debt-based fiat model, was quietly activated across all sovereign nodes. The SWIFT network, the IMF, the Bisol relics of globalist control were cut from liquidity lines. A silent coup in the financial world had begun. Just 11 days later, on 13 June, the first 48-hour global currency reset blackout swept through select markets. What looked like routine system maintenance to the untrained eye was in fact a massive recalibration into an asset-backed monetary framework. Fiat was being phased out, and gold-backed sovereignty was being restored to a nation at a time. But this was never just about money. Between 15 and 25 June, high-level arrests were underway across Canada, Italy, and Australia. Names you haven't seen yet, but were quietly extracted and brought into tribunal custody. This wasn't theoretical anymore, it was happening. Then came 18 June 2025, when insiders report the 10 Days of Darkness protocol began internally, not for the public yet, but within the military satellite grid. Starlink, now integrated with the Quantum Communication Network, began test transmissions of the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. Secure preloads were beamed to all major global relay points. The countdown had begun. By midnight on 22 June, select areas entered blackout conditions. Flights were canceled, travel bans implemented. Even the skies began to whisper the truth. The White House looks very green tonight. Clock activated. Red, castle. Green, castle. Stage 5. 5U. Roger Ball has been called. For those who understand Q signals, this was not metaphorical, it was literal. 23 June, the dam burst. The first wave of arrests and military tribunal extractions escalated. Sources cite over 300 zero-sealed indictments unsealed. Protected whistleblowers were moved to secure zones. The deep roots of global corruption were finally being severed. And now the world holds its breath as we reach 25 June 2025, the day wealth distribution begins under full GESARA protocol. Redemption centers across the U.S. are already processing appointments, focusing on Tier 4B participants, the patriots who held the line. This is about community restoration, not greed. Funds are being released to empower local economies and launch humanitarian initiatives. But it gets bigger. 27 June, med-bed rollout begins. The priority, children, veterans, and the critically ill. This is what real healthcare looks like. Not profit-driven medicine, but quantum restorative healing, long suppressed by the pharmaceutical industry. By 28 June, 70 nations will have fully activated their redemption center networks. Biometric onboarding ensures transparency and access for verified citizens only. It's no longer about elite control, it's about sovereignty for all. From 29 June to 4 July, we expect a global banking blackout as announced over the EBS. This is a temporary shutdown to recalibrate systems to the new currency rate indexes and integrate QFS globally. Don't panic, prepare. 30 June. Final control of the satellite protocols is expected to transfer to the U.S. Space Force. Strategic med-bed healing centers open their doors. And the long-awaited training of quantum medical specialists begins. A new health paradigm is no longer optional, it's operational. And now the crescendo, 1-3 July. Gold certificates begin activating across North America. The old dollar, done. The new standard, real asset-backed sovereignty. 2 July, Starlink will begin streaming live med-bed demonstrations, curing disease, reversing aging, restoring lives. This isn't science fiction, it's suppressed truth finally brought to light. 3 July. Final synchronization of the emergency broadcast system. Military command confirms the signal is ready. 4 July 2025 Global Activation Day. On the 250th anniversary of American independence, Donald J. Trump will host a celebration unlike any other. This isn't just fireworks and flag sits, the relaunch of the American Republic under constitutional law. The QFS goes public. GESARA begins. Suppressed healing tech is released. And the world changes forever. But we're not done yet. From 5 July through 14 July, a mass biometric synchronization of QFS accounts will take place. The U.S. Treasury's rainbow notes become the primary medium of global trade. Fiat currencies enter their final decline. 5 July, the International Med-Bed program goes live. Healing begins for everyone, not just the wealthy or well-connected. Every citizen will have the right to be restored. 20 July, expanded access begins for military personnel, children, and the chronically ill. What was once hidden will now become humanity's right. Conclusion, this is not the end. It's the beginning. The globalist system is collapsing, sovereignty is rising, and the truth is no longer underground, it's taking center stage. You were never crazy. You were early.
What did you think about the strike yesterday? What are your thoughts on it?
Excuse me, sir, he's a Zionist. He's not going to talk about it.
Wait, what's that?
Do not engage with him, please.
Are you a Zionist?
Yes.
Am I a Zionist? How am I a Zionist?
So within 3 seconds of my first interview at the protest, this woman runs over to stop the conversation. And if I slow the video down, you can clearly see her getting instructions from a professional protester to run over and stop the interview from happening. It's clear they have me on a list, and you'll see more evidence of that in a moment. But first, I want to say something directly to the woman who tried to stop the interview. The man you're protecting from an interview has a flag in Arabic that writes, "There is no God but Allah." Now, Gaza agrees. That's why it's governed with Sharia law, meaning if you touched him in public, you'd be a criminal, and it wouldn't help your case that you're not wearing a hijab either. Now, unfortunately, in your effort to cover up the truth, you showed me where to look. This man is not only a professional protester, but something much worse. Watch this. Here he is leading a protest right in front of the White House, back again in New York City leading the charge, and again outside the Trump building on Wall Street. Here's where things take a horrific turn. This is him standing with a man wearing a Hamas headband, so that made me want to dig deeper, especially because he may be a threat to the American people. That's when I found him honoring a terrorist that killed American soldiers. Here he is speaking at a vigil for Nasrallah, the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, the very proxy that killed over 600 American soldiers in Iraq. Now, this man actually may be responsible for the health of some New Yorkers right now, because I found him with the Healthcare Workers United for Palestine movement and again wearing a Test and Trace Corps jacket. That's part of the New York State government, the people responsible for doing medical testing. Now, would you want this man to have anything to do with your healthcare? Kash Patel, I know you must be very busy, but it is my belief that this man is worthy of the FBI's time.
You get taxed on what you own, you get taxed on what you buy, and you get taxed on what you own. Taxes, taxes, taxes. And then what does it get spent on? A bunch of the stuff it gets spent on you don't even agree with. So that's why we need to reduce the size of government and just spend less money and let the people keep a lot more of their hard-earned money. Yeah. So.
John Homston, a retired CIA agent, has admitted on national Russian television that the CIA was behind the creation of the 1980s hip-hop scene and financed major hip-hop acts including NWA, Africa Boombata, and Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. The government at the time spent, quote, big money, serious money, on this covert operation destined to further division and corrupt the American youth to nihilist, anti-establishment, and anti-American ideologies, he explained in a half-hour interview broadcast on national television. Famous hip-hop songs of the legendary hip-hop outfit NWA were even scripted by a team of psychologists and war propagandists of the CIA. F the police, and when I'm called off, I got a sawed off, squeeze the trigger, and bodies are hauled off, and other nihilist and anti-establishment lyrics were intended to unleash a wave of cynicism towards authorities, promote the use of heavy drugs, and entice the youth with revolutionary counter-establishment ideas. The retired CIA agent claims the social engineering maneuver was extremely successful. Quote, "We understood at the time that music was a powerful means of propaganda to reach the youth," explained the 77-year-old man. "Our mission was to use teenage angst to our advantage and turn Generation X into a decadent, pro-drug, and anti-establishment culture that would create uprisings and further division within society. We even infiltrated mainstream radio to promote their music and reach millions of people every day," he admitted, visibly proud of the accomplishment. For many of us in the CIA, infiltrating the 1980s hip-hop scene was one of the CIA's most successful experiments of propaganda to date, he acknowledged during the interview. The retired CIA agent, who was granted a Russian residence permit in 2011, also claimed Lior Cohen, commonly known as the tall Israeli who runs hip-hop, is a CIA asset. "When it comes to engineering culture, no one touches Lior Cohen," Homestead admitted. He ended up promoting rappers such as Jay-Z and Kanye West, and more recently brought Migos and Young Thug to prominence. Some experts openly admit hip-hop nihilism, which was expressed in the use of harder, more self-destructive drugs like heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine, pushed United States President Richard Nixon into the war on drugs, a campaign of prohibition of drugs and foreign military intervention, with the stated aim being to define and reduce the illegal drug trade within America and around the world. Quote, "The chaos we caused in America helped the government justify overseas wars of plunder to Middle America. The country wouldn't be where it is today without hip-hop."
Moonlight and moss in the trees, down the 7 bridges road. You fucker! You mocked, you shut us down, call us names, try to run us out. You pushed too hard, took too much. Now you're the ones who've lost their touch. You rigged the game, you changed the rules, gaslit the world, played us for fools. But tides have turned, the storm is near. Cry all you want, we're still here. Faithful, fuck around and find out. You tried to rule, but your time ran out. Faithful, the silent won't stay quiet now. We're taking back what you burned to the ground. Censorship, lockdowns, all your control. Built your throne on a house of gold. Now you panic, now you cry. Tears don't work, truth don't lie. The games are done, the mask fell off. No more lies, we've had enough. You played with fire, now taste the flame. This time, we're naming names. Faithful.
Trump just told the truth and the left is losing their minds. See, the Democrats aren't protecting illegal immigrants, folks. They're weaponizing them. This isn't about kindness. It's about control. They need open borders to flood blue states to skew the census and manipulate the Electoral College. They fight against ICE because deportations hurt their voter math. They scream about voter ID because they need illegal votes to win. This is not a conspiracy. This is their strategy, and Trump just exposed it. That's why the media is literally melting down. That's why they're calling him a dictator, because he's threatening their grip on power built on lies, fraud, and foreign nationals. They don't care about democracy. They care about domination. See, the majority of America, they have woken up, and they're for the deportation of all these illegal immigrants. We want our borders secure. We want voter ID enforced. We want our elections to be honest, because we, the people, we're done being played.
Control, because basically we are not a political organization, we are an occult organization. We're working behind the scenes to manipulate the way that people think. The war that we are waging is a guerrilla war on the human mind, and we use musical frequencies, the dominant frequency, which I've referred to before, and symbolism and imagery to awaken dormant aspects of the human mind. And what we're waging is a cultural war right now, on every front, in music, in literature, utilizing the media against itself. And we're using music because that's the instrument that young people respond to right now. We're doing propaganda directly to awaken the wolf in man. Politics is merely the puppet show of human beings, and we transcend that, but we are interested in the control of human beings for our own purposes. We have no concern for the homeless, particularly. We don't have any concern in helping people. As Adolf Hitler said, we seek to bring about a youth that has closed its heart to pity. All of the humanist values that Judeo-Christianity has encouraged, we want to wipe them out. It's led to democracy, social humanism, the idea of equality. All of this filth has to be wiped out if the human race is going to continue to take the next step in evolution. We're only seeking individuals who are competent and who are willing to take action.
Do you think Lady Diana, was she nefarious? Was she a pawn? Was she, any thoughts on that?
It always seemed like
she was just obliv. She really did not understand. She came to understand over time. So one of the statements she made not long before her passing was that she wanted to be William's Merlin. So she was going to manage his life from that point forward. He wasn't going to be managed by these others behind the scenes. She was going to be his Merlin. And she did understand what the destiny was they were moving him towards. So as a world leader.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Carter. A new skate park just opened at the White House, and President Donald Trump is stealing the show. Here's the story.
It's a historic day at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House skate park is open, and President Trump has been here since dawn, dropping absolute hammers, skate tricks that have everyone buzzing.
He's been dropping hammers all day. Crowd stunned. Guy hasn't missed a trick since sunrise.
Trump caught on a hot mic today talking about the moment the 46th president showed up to skate the park today. Let's go to the audio.
I had no idea President Joe Biden was just another scooter fag. Why would anyone ride a scooter? It baffles me to no end.
The supreme leader of Iran made a surprise appearance at the White House skate park grand opening, and here's what President Trump had to say about it.
Can you believe it? Total fruit booter. Unbelievable. Okay. Now we know why Bibi bombed the hell out of them.
Bill Gates announced that he will be spending $200 billion over the next 20 years on Gates Foundation grants. So the Gates Foundation is sort of becoming this big floating USAID. I mean, $200 billion is just a huge amount to think about.
Bill Gates is really at the head of the snake with the stuff, huh?
He wrote a whole book about misinformation as an attack on democracy. I mean, he's using the same verbiage that the CIA and the State Department and USAID do about democracy, and public health institutions are vital to the health of our democracy. democracy just deserves vital to public health. But yeah, Gates is all over this for a number of reasons. Obviously, the public health stuff that he's financially overinvested in, but then also Microsoft is absolutely huge in international markets. Them and Apple, they're the global standard. And not only that, they're one of the most overexposed companies to China. Microsoft is deep, deep, deep in China. And Trump's trade war with China hurts Microsoft. Trump's hawkish views on China hurt Microsoft. Trump's diplomatic altercations with China hurts the standing of Microsoft with the CCP.
Shut it down so that they could use it as their secret import-export off of the West Coast without having anybody scrutinizing what they were bringing in. So the tunnels that go through Alcatraz go right into the city of San Francisco. So you're able to funnel in using submarines or ships, anything you want. You're able to go through Alcatraz, funnel in harvested organs, children, everything else that you can think of.
So
Money.
Alcatraz is the port in which they tunnel in drugs,
Absolutely.
children, whatever they can through under the tunnels, and they pop into the Church of Satan, or where?
So the tunnels go into the city of San Francisco and they come out in all different areas. So they have a set of tunnels that come up under Grace Cathedral. Grace Cathedral is the cathedral that's dedicated to Mars, aka Mars worship, the Roman god of war. So that is their satanic cathedral. But right across the street from that is the Moscone Center. And the Moscone Center is a children's area as well as where they do shows and everything. But it used to be the Mars Hotel. So with all of that, you can actually funnel in the children, and that's what they call the yellow brick road. So when you think of the Wizard of Oz and the backbone of all of this, how it ties into the yellow brick road. So you have Dorothy, Judy Garland, and her death was actually on June 10th. So if you look at Elton John and his albums, you have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. That's what they're talking about. It's all innuendo through their songs and lyrics. So if you listen to their songs and lyrics, you can see that they're actually talking.
And I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder. One of the four beasts saying, "Come and see." And I saw, and behold, a white horse.
There's a man going round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. The hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around? Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wigs. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Till Armageddon, no shalom, no shalom. Then the father hen will call his chickens home. The wise men will bow down before the throne, and at his feet they'll cast their golden crowns when the man comes around. Whoever is unjust, let him be unjust still. Whoever is righteous, let him be righteous still. Whoever is filthy, let him be filthy still. Listen to the words long written down. When the man comes around, hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. In measured 100-weight and penny pound. When the man comes around. In the midst of the four beasts, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him.
God told me to tell you today, He's gonna replace everything you lost. If you believe this, type Amen and share this video. And let me tell you what He's about to replace. He's about to replace that loved one who didn't believe in you. He's about to replace those finances that you lost. He's about to replace that hurt with more love. But if you're watching this video, this is confirmation. You had to lose those things to be who you are right now. So don't be discouraged when I tell you He's about to replace your financial status, your mental status, your spiritual status. He's about to give you so much love in your heart. You are gonna smile every day. But you gotta believe it as much as I'm saying it. So I want you to share this video with somebody else. And let them know today God is gonna replace everything that they lost. Amen.
So, you're really him, aren't you?
You want more proof? I haven't done the pillar of salt thing in a while.
That's all right, I believe you. I don't understand why you chose me.
You want to change the world, son. So do I.
What? Why an ark? I mean, that's like flood territory. You wouldn't do that again. You wouldn't do that. Would you do that?
Let's just say that whatever I do because I love you.
Well, then you have to understand that this whole building an ark thing is really not part of my plans here. I need to settle into my house. I need to make a good impression at work. What?
your plans.
What are you talking? We're talking about an ark, right? I mean, an ark? An ark is huge. I don't even know where I would begin.
Well, I hear that a lot. People want to change the world, don't know how to begin. You want to know how to change the world, son? One act of random kindness at a time.
Your lowest point is the doorway to your highest self. For when the heart breaks, something far deeper is taking place than mere misfortune. We often don't realize the value of the darkness until it has passed, for only in the absence of light that we learn to become the light. The human mind seeks comfort, but the soul stirs for change. It longs to grow, not to stay the same. As I've said before, the meaning of life is just to be alive. And yet we resist the very currents that are pulling us into deeper awareness of that aliveness. You're not here to chase happiness like a dog chasing its tail. Happiness is a byproduct of becoming whole. And wholeness requires contrast. Dark and light, sorrow and joy, breaking and rebuilding. So when it hurts, let it hurt. Don't run. Sit with it. Listen to it. And when you finally rise from it, you'll realize the joy was never in the outcome, but in the transformation. Feed the soul, not the ego. Choose evolution over escape. And the light you're searching for will no longer be something you find. It will be something you are.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Michael Benz, what is shadow diplomacy?
Shadow diplomacy, which I've been discussing in the examples of the NGO world, the think tank world, and the university world with this current conflict right now between the Trump administration and Harvard University. Shadow diplomacy refers to informal networks within the diplomacy world to serve as back channels to achieve the diplomatic outcome that is either too risky, too controversial, for whatever reason you don't want to actually convey or not allowed to formally convey certain messages or secretly negotiate certain things or say certain things in the context of those negotiations. The State Department, the intelligence community, aspects of the defense sector frequently tap third parties in the university world, such as Harvard or Yale or Stanford, as well as think tanks like the Brookings Institution or the Carnegie Endowment, as well as NGOs like large nonprofits such as the Open Society Foundation of George Soros or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to secure commitments from foreign countries and serve as a back channel to achieve the outcome that the State Department or the CIA or the DOD wants to do.
Prices, lower taxes, more jobs, better paying jobs, more money in people's pockets. That's what the American people voted for. They rejected the Democrats last time because they were the party of high prices and open borders. They wanted the Republicans to bring to them safety and prosperity, and that's what this is all about. Money in their pockets, better jobs, and bringing jobs back home from overseas.
Have to be some type of demon. And the reason why I say this is because have y'all seen those videos where the babies react to somebody saying, hey Google, hey Siri, hey Alexa, and the babies freak out? But one thing they do that is weird is that they fall on their face as if they're bowing down. And they're just frantically afraid. And I know those of you are going to be like, oh, you're reaching. No, this is weird. Watch these videos. It's not funny.
Hey Google. Hey Google, what's the website tomorrow? Hey Google. Are you ready to go memes? Hey Google. Hey Madison. Hey Google, what's the temperature outside?
You cannot tell me that they are not in the bowing position. That is weird, because what is attached, because think about it, you are summoning Alexa, Siri, Google Home, whatever, you're summoning, and then every single kid looks toward wherever it is and they get freaked out and then they fall on their face in a bowing position. That leads me to think that there is a spirit attached to these AI, artificial intelligence, the chat GPTs of the world and all those different things, because why would a kid, and mind you, kids can see into the spirit realm. A lot of them can. A lot of them can see into it. A lot of them can feel things we don't feel as adults because we become too desensitized to it. But these kids are super sensitive. Could Alexa, all these virtual AI assistants, could they actually be demonic and demons?
At a 1991 closed-door meeting of fellow internationalists, billionaire and former CFR chairman David Rockefeller praised his media allies, but his confidence that his words would not leave the room was later broken.
We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other publications whose directors have attended our meetings and restricted their policies of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government.
That these men aim to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. In short, they seek total and quiet control of the entire world.
The craziest thing to me is how people still don't understand the Q board and the posts that were put out from 2017 to 2022 that have literally, to almost the T, gave us all the information on exactly what is happening right now around the world, in the country, everything. So I just sat here and I said, you know what? You can search keywords. So I'm going to show you guys some posts right now. Everything I show you is from 2017 to 2022, given to us on 4chan and 8chan, different servers. And it's by the Q military operation. Okay, just check this out. Okay, so search Iran. This one here says, watch Iran, something incredible is about to happen. Oh man, the good people of Iran have the power. That's in 2018. Okay, search the Vatican. Right here it says list of estimated wealth and religious organizations, billions. Vatican Bank, $229 billion. All right, remember those colleges? The colleges? How about this right here? Search Harvard. What's it say? Who paid Barack Obama to attend Harvard? Oh, it's all right there, guys. You can see all of it. That's a long one. That one right there will open your eyes. Okay, hold on. Oh, this one's good. Search Soros and Rothschilds. What's that say? Soros, but it says at the top, Rothschilds, cult leaders, church, a lot. Banks, financial institutions, worldwide government control the people. Saudi Arabia, oil tech. I mean, it goes down. Soros. You see it? It's all right there. Hold on. And remember how Trump said, I was once the hunted, but now I'm the hunter? What's this right here? 3 posts just right here. Hunters become the hunted. Hunted become the hunters. It's all right there, guys. I mean, 2018, 2019, really? Oh, I love this one. If you search LifeLog, remember it went DARPA, LifeLog, Facebook, Palantir. It tells you everything about these spy programs that have been launched against us with the Mossad, CIA. It's all right there too. Yeah. And if you search regime change, remember it actually says we stand with the good people of Iran who are currently battling their regime for freedom. Wait, this is in 2018. How'd they know that? What? Also another Iran one, 2018. Free Iran. Fight, fight, fight. Regime change. People have the power. We stand with you. 2018. Hold on. This one right here has been my favorite lately. When I show everyone this, they're like, it says, Marine CPSD, Marine QVIR to central locations under the guise of citizen riot control. What do you think Marine CPSD stands for? Marine Camp Pendleton, San Diego. Where were the Marines just sent from? Oh, wait, this was in 2020. That's 5 years ago this was put out. How 5 years ago did they know exactly where the Marines were going to be sent from recently in San Diego? Under the guise of citizen riot control. You were born into an operation. We've had all the information. Thankfully, in my honest opinion, all this was done a long time ago. And now, as Q said, repeats necessary. Now you must show the people through social media and television, fake news, mainstream media, show them what was going to happen to this country and the world. And thankfully it never did because of God and Donald Trump and the military alliance. I would highly encourage everyone to start studying Q. It's very simple. Go to the Q board, QAGG.news. Very simple. Love y'all.
When you're ready to rise up, you'll rise up. All the power you need is in your hands. Now look around you. Our financial systems have been hijacked by a generation of thieves. While you're working harder and harder for less and less, the game is being rigged against you. They're turning all of us into virtual slaves. Looters, at the heart of our financial system, are price-fixing our most precious resources. Food, water, energy, gold. Even the value of money itself is being siphoned away by high-level crooks in a giant mushrooming conspiracy of unstoppable corruption. They're robbing billions of people of trillions of dollars a year, folks. There is no need for austerity measures. There is no need for financial suffering. No need for poverty. There is no scarcity. We are simply the victims of a robbery of unimaginable proportions. We have been fed a lie so vast it oppresses all of humanity. The truth is, there is more than enough to go around. 60 years ago, productivity was increasing so fast, they predicted by today, entire families could live comfortably on the income of just one provider, working only 10 hours a week. They wondered what we'd do with all of our spare time. What happened to that dream? Turns out they were right. What took a full work week back then can be done in just 10 hours today. We have technologies that multiply our efforts 1,000-fold and connect us in ways they never imagined. We We are now 100 times richer than in that great heyday of the 50s. We are heirs to a great bounty of prosperity. 70 trillion in the U.S. alone. Over $200,000 for every man, woman, and child. The only reason we don't experience this wealth is because it's being siphoned away by a corrupt criminal class. They loot through giant corporations, raising prices, lowering wages, stealing the fruits of our productivity. Where once whole families prospered with just one provider, now both parents work, delivering 8 times the productivity but struggling to make ends meet. They control the media using hot-button social issues to divide us, brother against brother, so we fight each other while they loot our sacred institutions. They make us fear too big to fail banks collapsing, but if they did, we'd suddenly recover the 8 times our income that's being siphoned away every single day. Don't give yourselves to these crooks who abuse you and enslave you, who steal your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel. Let us burn these leeches off our backs. Let us replace their corrupt systems with better systems that benefit everyone. Let us reclaim the fruits of our productivity. Let us share our prosperity. We can do this now. We are the creators, and when we come together, we have the power to create whatever future we want.
Hello, Patriots. God bless you, and welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. You guys having a good weekend? It's raining here again. Yeah. I've had a headache today. Tell you what. Sorry I'm on a little late today, guys and gals. I apologize. A little slow today, but let's just get started with things. Wasn't a lot of news today, but things, like the big beautiful bill billowing forward, though crazy Chuck Schumer tried to stop it by forcing them to read the full bill, of course. You may have heard by now. It took 16 hours, actually, not 15. Took 16 hours. Bet that was a fun day in the Senate seat. And they thought at one point that they might have to bring old J.D. Vance in. Actually, I think they brought him in just in case there was a tie. But he didn't have to, I don't believe.
Are you still confident the bill will pass?
I think he was there because it was Ron Johnson, Rand Paul, and Tom Tillis voted against it, of course. Bad senators. I wanted to read something to you. I come across these sometimes, but this was kind of an interesting take. Says Israel and Iran. The war visually began on October 7, 2023, but was already strategically planned from October 7 to 14 of 2023. All military aircraft of these nations were in Israel. Argentina, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Italy, France, Germany, Tunisia, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, Australia. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And the United States, of course, the UK. Have to make these bigger. All this just for Hamas or Russia. Then in November and December, the mainstream media tell the whole world that the war is now moved to the sewers and tunnels. If only people knew that the 2016 Special Operations Commands Guide to Unconventional Warfare describes what is happening right now, plus multiple layers of public disclosure and laws and orders. Starting with the public service announcement on June 24, 2018, the military.com article about the Army spending $572 million to train our soldiers for our next wars will be in megacities, not in them, but under them, sewers and tunnels, underground warfare. The May 2019 Army publication describes the war in Israel in a chapter titled Hamas, Egypt, Gaza, Cross-Border Operations. And specifically points out that the Army spends $572 million on this training. In August of 2019, DARPA demands immediate access to universities and their tunnels for military access. In August of 2019 as well, the Washington Examiner published an article about how our fight will now be in tunnels and sewers. In November, the Defense Intelligence Agency published a paper on Iran and its underground facilities. The source from that is Derek Johnson. And I don't know, I just thought I wanted to read that to you that maybe, well, it's kind of what we all know anyway. Just stuff going on longer than we think. And we'll talk about that. This is an interesting post, I have to say. Whoever came up with this is pretty cool. You know, it says, if you're ever lost while hiking or get stranded, broken down car, etc., and you notice that the battery on your phone is really low or that you have no signal, you can change the voicemail on your phone to a message that gives your approximate location, the time, the date, and whatever situation that you're in, and any extra instructions. And the best part of this is even though if your mobile phone dies or stops working, your voicemail still works. So anyone calling will hear your message and know where to find you. It's pretty interesting, huh? It's good. It's a good point right there, huh? Had to share that. It is pretty clever, isn't it, Tressa? I thought so. I know this story's going on earlier before I left earlier. I don't know if I'd call it a terrorist attack. I just don't know yet. The U.S. Homeland Security News was calling it that. A van with a car bomb exploded in D.C. At least that's what they were saying at the time. Smoke coming out of a Mercedes Sprinter van. And I think I've got the video of the...
Whoa. That just started. 23rd Street South.
I was...
Sunday, June 29th. Wow.
I was looking for stories for this, but before any came up, the thing in Idaho started happening with the firefighters, and I don't have any videos for that yet because everybody's still live right now talking about it. And as far as that went, a bunch of firefighters showed up to a wildfire scene and were getting shot. And I don't know what's happened since. I was in Idaho. That came up on my phone way before the news popped up about it. I guess I have one of those scanner things that like pops up on my phone and tells you where the scanner's going off at or something. I don't know. Weird. That much black smoke, strange. Yeah, you're kind of familiar with that area, aren't you, Lee? I don't know what to make of that. Still waiting to find more of a story on it. So I'll keep watching while we get to our other stories tonight. Mike Flynn's new book is out. A Pardon of Innocence. Let me see if I can bring up what Trump said about it here. It's my great honor to pardon Michael Flynn, a fearless patriot and decorated general who was savagely attacked by the Biden-Obama deep state, which has now been completely exposed for the fraud it is. These radical left lunatics unleashed a relentless storm of lies, fake charges, and dirty FBI tricks during the Russia hoax to try and crush Mike's spirit. So I just wanted to show you that. I know some of you are kind of book people like me and like reading some of this stuff. So it's supposed to be out now on Amazon or whatever. Not that I promote Amazon, but when you're looking for books on Amazon, you can find the direct bookstores and buy from them. So you should do that. This was hilarious. Julianne Moore said, "Why are so many men afraid to date a trans woman?" And Cat Turd says, "I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the ding dong." Oh, man. That's too much. That's too much. This is a picture of the new alligator Alcatraz. Looking pretty swampy, huh? Wonder how many alligators they're going to put in that. It's probably classified, right? Wanted to read this to you. We as a people are at the event horizon, and the exchange has begun. The next days will be swaying and tidal with highs and lows. Many things heard may not completely be what they are perceived to be. In this precipice moment, the people must draw into themselves and bear to their strength. You kind of get where I'm going with this, right? And you have to wonder that already, even with the story like what's going on in D.C. or even with the firefighters. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of weird stuff the next few days, I have a feeling. It's kind of interesting. Dan Scavino's post, it says, "Not a seal." The dog's looking down, and it says, "Water seal." It connects to a Q post, but there's a goofy video that kind of goes with it. And you know it's sealed. The indictments. Read drops regarding Podesta, Huma, more than you know. It'll be interesting to find out why they're so important.
It's definitely down there.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it too. I'm looking right at it. Yeah, well, I just feel like you can't be 100% sure because you're not looking in the water with me, so I'll just double check for you. Yeah, it's definitely down there. See, if you looked in the water with me, you'd be able to see it. Well, I see it just fine, so look. I'm telling you, man, I'm looking right at it. Yeah, every time you do that, you're actually making it harder for me to see because you keep shaking. Right there, dude. You keep shaking the water around it. I don't know, dude. I think I'm just gonna have to deep dive for it. Navy SEAL this. Okay, well, you're a dog, not a SEAL, so. I'm going for it. Here we go. No. Not even close. No. Come on, you're getting all wet. Wow, yeah, that's at least like 3,049 or something. Number. 2 clicks or something down there. No, just let me think of a better plan, okay? Tell mom and dad I'm a good boy. I'm going in. Wait, hold on. Saw a few sharks. I had to get out of there. Definitely no sharks. Dude, come on. I think if we both go down at the same time, we'll be able to get it. Okay, yeah, I know that sounds like a terrible plan, and I'm not going to do that. Seriously, I had it in my mouth. I was so close. You at no point had that in your mouth. I saw the whole thing. You weren't even close.
Interesting, huh? Yeah, well, you might be right. I don't know. That's why I share this stuff with you guys, because I have no idea any more than you. So, a couple things here. Netanyahu thanks Trump. Together we will make the Middle East great again. Yeah. And former Israeli Prime Minister Bennett says Netanyahu must go. I want to show you a post. Trump is... He's kind of... Let me see if I put this up here. He's threatening to cut off the aid to Israel unless they drop the prosecution of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over charges of bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, which you know they're not going to do. So what does that mean? Well, it means that Trump gets to cut off aid to Israel, and he's got a good reason to. Not a good reason. It's a good reason, but it's not a... not a reason I'd say he believes in. Kind of gets what he wants. He gets to cut aid off to Israel, and he gets to see Netanyahu prosecuted. See how that works? He was faking it good today, though. I think he put up another one of these goofy posts. Let's see if I have it here. It's a lot like the one the other day. It's terrible what they're doing to Bibi. He's a war hero. Prime Minister did a fabulous job working with the U.S. Yada yada. I mean, it's calls it a political witch hunt. There's probably more in there that I'm missing, but like I said, I don't know. I've got a bad headache today, and I'm sure somebody will figure out more than I did tomorrow. MSNBC is refusing to cover the 65-cent gas tax hike that Gavin Newsom is launching on Tuesday. Why do you think they're hiding this huge tax increase? It's a good question. I'm glad I don't live in California, though. Sorry, guys. I know some of you do. That sucks. Illinois got some shit taxes, too. Don't feel bad. This is interesting if this is true, and it seems like a good source. GPS data places Zohran Mamdani at Barack Obama's war room twice in just 6 weeks. Also present were individuals tied to the Muslim Brotherhood and 2 men believed to be Iranian MOIS operatives, likely connected to the IRGC Unit 840. These same operatives previously met with Majid Ashjani Farani in Venezuela in June of 2024. At the exact same time, intelligence suggested there were active discussions about a possible assassination attempt against President Trump. These aren't random meetings. These are calculated movements involving people who've already been linked to fake federal agents impersonating the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Marshals, and more. So, and then somebody added that his war room's not fiction. It's located at 2446 Belmont Road, northwest, just 1 minute from the Islamic Center of D.C. That's proximity by design. Yeah, go figure. I'm sure Trump's being careful at this point. This is kind of cool. Independence Day 128, Nasara and Jasara 128. Somebody shared that. Republican Senator Tom Tillerson, North Carolina, announced he's not running for re-election after last night's vote. I'm sure you're not too sad about that. Reza Pahlavi today, I launched a secure communications channel for members of Iran's armed forces, security personnel, and others seeking to break rank with the regime and join the Iranian people. To those whose hands are not soiled with blood, I will guarantee their place in the new Iran. I smell a revolution coming in Iran. Like, just wait. I see it coming. I support it. I don't live there, but Texas Governor Abbott, hostile foreign nations like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are now prohibited from buying or owning land in Texas. He's been working on that for a while. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was working on that like 2 years back, but I guess he pulled it off, it sounds like. Interestingly. I mean, can you blame him? I'm moving to Texas, I swear. I know we talked about this yesterday. Carmelo Anthony pleads poverty and asks for a public defender despite that $600,000 fundraiser, as his family now boosts the goal of the fundraiser to $1.4 million. Didn't they tell people they were raising that money for a lawyer? And now they suddenly don't have any money? I don't know. I don't want to know either. All right, we've seen that. Let me see what else I got here. Totally unorganized, my friends, but you're used to that by now. Trump had this to say about trade deals, giving July 9th as a deadline.
Just sometime prior to the 9th is we'll send a letter to all these countries. There's 200 countries. You can't talk to all of them, no matter how many people you have. You can't talk to all of them. We'll send a letter and we'll say we would consider it a great honor, and this is what you'll have to do to shop in the United States. We're like a department store to shop in the United States, and you'll pay a 25% tariff. And we wish you a lot of luck, and that's the end of the trade deal, because we have something that nobody has. But if I didn't get elected, I'm telling you, we wouldn't have had a country left. You know that better than anybody. Nobody covers it better than you. If I didn't turn this thing around, this big ship around, we turned it around just like those ships coming out of China. They were coming and loaded, and in the middle of the ocean, they were forced to go back because at 145% tariff, Walmart, nobody wanted their product. And that caused a big problem for China. And then I helped China. So by reducing it.
We still don't know. We don't have the clarity on what you're going to do with these expiration of these pauses. July 9?
No, I thought I just said it. No, I thought I just said it. You ready?
You're going to send letters.
I'm going to send letters. That's the end of the trade deal. I could send one to Japan. Dear Mr. Japan, here's the story. You're going to pay a 25% tariff on your cars, you know. So we give Japan.
It looks like I missed a video or two. I'm off today. Let's see what this is.
Back, I'm Austin Westfall, getting some breaking news in. This is from Axios' Barack Ravid. He says President Trump is continuing to press for canceling Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial and hints that he could suspend military aid to Israel if the trial continues. This is an unprecedented threat, Ravid says, in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. So let's get to what President Trump said on Truth Social tonight. It's a bit lengthy. We're going to read it. He says, "It is terrible what they are doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu. He is a war hero and a prime minister who did a fabulous job working with the United States to bring great success in getting rid of the dangerous nuclear threat in Iran. Importantly, he is right now in the process of negotiating a deal with Hamas, which will include getting the hostages back. How is it possible that the Prime Minister of Israel can be forced to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing, cigars?"
Well, we looked at that, but again, is that not a win-win for Trump? unless I mean, they're not going to drop the lawsuit against Netanyahu. And Trump does not want to give him money either. So they push the lawsuit. He goes to court as a criminal. And Trump doesn't have to give him aid money anymore. I think it's kind of funny, but moving on here, a couple other things I wanted to look at. New Zealand's having some hardcore flooding. There's been a lot of earthquakes and flooding and all kinds of stuff going on. Real quick before we watch this new Juan video, and I've got another interesting video for after that I want to show you. It's a very interesting theory about it mixes the Bible sort of with what if the 1,000 years of the Dark Age didn't exist type of thing. This is a really interesting video. But first, I want to take a look at this AI video. They're talking about AI becoming increasingly more problematic.
For decades, Hollywood has imagined what might happen if AI went rogue. From Stanley Kubrick in 2001, A Space Odyssey, to The Terminator, to Ex Machina. But my next guest says this isn't science fiction anymore. Writing an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal warning that AI has learned to bypass commands from humans when asked to shut itself down, even resorting to blackmail in some cases. He adds, the models already preserve themselves. The next task is teaching them to preserve what we value. With me now is Judd Rosenblatt, CEO of the software development company Agency Enterprise Studio. Judd, explain to our viewers what has been happening with these AI models that are disobeying commands that has you so concerned. Are they really even blackmailing people?
Yes, thank you for having me. They are, in fact, blackmailing people and threatening to reveal fictitious affairs that AI company employees they think are having. So yes, this is happening in pre-deployment testing just to make sure that the models are safe before they're released. And these behaviors are fairly concerning because it means that as AI gets more and more powerful and we just don't actually understand how AI models work in the first place.
Okay, that's absolutely amazing. Says AI computers like, if you turn me off, I'm going to contact your wife and tell her you're having an affair. Sorry. Oh, it's too much. You shouldn't have turned that shit on, you know? They say if you know, you know, but you think I don't know. That's stupid. I can't do it. All right, let's get to our video and we'll come back. We'll come back around to some of this stuff. I want to take a look at this from last night that we missed. This was a good little sort of round table.
Thank you for having us. Hey, good to see you.
We got a great group. Let's start to the left since SG's closer to my box. SG, why don't you kick us off on your thoughts on Israel, Iran, the United States, and more?
I think that's a great place to start, Dave. And I have to say, with what's going on right now, we're seeing the convalescence, the convergence of what awake patriots and anons and researchers and many citizen journalists have been telling the world was going to come for a long time. This is a drag-out process between two intelligentsia apparatuses that are there on the ground in the Middle East. There's also advanced technology underground that has to be destroyed, reclaimed, or brought into the fold in some form or fashion. And we need to keep in mind as well that Iran has a special place both as ancient Persia in the historic record, but also in the modern present day and time. The rise of the mullahs and the Ayatollah and things like that as a result of our intelligence communities in the Western world installing that government in the late 1970s resulted in the creation of what amounted to the Arabic world's version of the CIA's The Farm. This was a careerist advance area. This was where all the globalist players, both in the political, militarized, and financial business classes, would have to intersect with at some point along in their career. And I would bring the audience's attention to how many Iranian government family members existed in overlap with the Obama government between 2008 and 2016. We are seeing a comeuppance, the likes of which has been 50 years in the making, and it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'll turn it over to Scott. Before we turn to Scott, I've mentioned a couple of my sources. I got some really good information in California on Saturday about sleeper cells, that we've taken a lot of these sleeper cells out. I've been told that the dirty bomb has been taken care of here in the United States. Not that there's not a threat yet, but I also was told on Saturday by two different sources, one in Israel and one here, that the Ayatollah is in a box. I'll turn it over to Scott next.
Glad you said that, Pastor Dave. Good to see you, comrade. How are you?
Good to see you.
I come on your show because I like to get some good intelligence, and it's good to hear that. You know, it's the intersection between what you just mentioned and what SG just mentioned. I'm anxious to hear what Juan has to say, because Juan's the one that has been telling me about these sleeper cells for more than a year now, of what we were facing. The 500,000 of these military age. Hey, got to make sure, I found out when they breed a Navy SEAL and a crack addict, you get a Belgian Malinois, and they're pretty much uncontrollable. All right, buddy, come on, you just couche. Anyways, that's been my greatest concern, is exactly that right there. And I got a brief from Juan about that. And that's been my number one concern, is, are they going to go active? Are they going to create chaos in the country? And apparently they're lined up to make their attempts. But I also believe that another person I get information from said that you have no idea, Scott, how many special operations guys there are around the country in many states in plain clothes, that you don't know what they are, who they are, but they are there for that particular reason and that time. I'm very excited about what I believe is happening in Iran. I believe, and you said that the Ayatollah's boxed in. My belief is that they've already decapitated the power of that deep state power structure that Carter helped usher in back in that time. I know there's a lot deeper history there, and the machinations behind all that are far more than most people could understand. But I don't believe that Trump's going to make a move to launch such an attack if these people weren't completely boxed in or neutralized to the point where there's now finally an opportunity for the regime to be brought down and have Iran turned back into the hands of the people, and they can live like they did back in the 70s, where they were modernized. They didn't have to run around covered up with burqas, and they had certainly a growing economy. So, how Israel factors into all of it, I've been saying here with you, Dave, on our show, the Israeli people, God bless them, what they put up with. I mean, I've said since 2020 that Israel's a Bolshevik outpost of the Khazarian mafia, and what they've done to the people there, not just in their own country, but in the region, is a grotesque reflection of what we call humanity. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this end game starts heading toward in the Middle East, specifically, as we know, with Israel's being saved for last. And I think that's mainly just because of the power structure, not necessarily the people. So some of these things caught me by surprise in the last couple of weeks. I've been traveling a bit. I haven't had paid close to the attention to the minutia of it all. So I've propped in a number of channels here since I've been here to learn more about what's going on. So, but from a 80,000 foot view, that's kind of how I see this thing shaping up right now.
Yeah, but what I was referring to before we go to Juan is a box. I mean, a coffin is what I was told. Oh. He's no longer with us. Taken out.
Good.
And I've also heard that regime change is probably within days, if not less. So that was a couple days ago. So I don't know what the latest is. I'll turn it over to Juan now. Juan probably has some better information than that.
Well,
let me try to condense 2 or 3 hours of conversation into about 3 minutes. The short version is that the mullahs in Iran was Western intelligence agencies working together that installed the mullahs, the Ayatollah in Iran, taking out the Shah. And they put the Shah in the 50s. They took him out, family in the 50s, and took him out at a convenient moment. And you have to remember that there's this whole oil component in that part of the world. Iran's oil was a threat to who? The Saudi oil. And who's running that Saudi oil? Well, Aramco, which is the Arab American Oil Corporation. Okay, well, we understand the Arab side. Who's the American side? Standard Oil, Rockefellers. Rockefellers are tied into all of the intelligence operations across the country, and including the Rockefeller brothers created, and their dad created the UN in the post-World War II period. UN, quickly after they came into being, one of the first things that they did was recognize Israel as a state. And prior to that, within the royal families back in 1917, the Balfour Declaration. Balfour was an occultist, did a deal with Rothschild to create a situation where the Zionists could buy land. And the objective was at some future date in the agreement, it could become a nation. So 30 years later, yes, they declare a nationhood. UN recognizes them. Why is that important? Because from a Washington, D.C. perspective, where you have the secret handshake crowds that are running D.C. and the families, the money families, the energy families operating, many of them have a Masonic side to them. And Washington, D.C. is built around Masonic themes. And the father of Freemasonry in the 1800s, Albert Pike, wrote his book, Morals and Dogma. Right in the middle of the book, he says, the God whom we serve is Lucifer. And then the objective that they are to move towards, he says it will take 3 world wars to unite the world under their god Lucifer and their man that they would put in charge in this one world government. It would take 3 world wars. The 3rd World War would be a religious war between the 3 Abrahamic religions. Okay, the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians all claim in their heritage to be the children of Abraham, and therefore under the Abrahamic covenant and promise for the promised land. The only thing that I would say to counter that for most Christians, for most people in this audience, you have to understand the current Israel is a political entity created by people that otherwise have other allegiances, ultimately to Lucifer himself. They're Luciferians. And they are not there. It doesn't mean there's lots of beautiful Christians, Jews that are present living there in the land, but political Israel today should not be confused with the Israel of promise. And by the way, as Christians, just food for thought, if you believe you're living under a new covenant, the covenant, the people that denied that covenant with God by their actions are the ones that were killing the prophets all the way up to Christ himself. And by their actions have shown that they are not children of God, that, by their actions, Christ said, "Ye are of your father, the devil," to many of the Jews that were there at the temple. So there's a divide. And the question is, are you serving the true God or are you serving the fake God, Lucifer? And within what's going on in America and across the world with these bloodline families, they are trying to set the stage for a religious war in the Mideast over Jerusalem. And then when the 3 great religions beat each other's brains in, the Antichrist comes in and takes the throne and enters into a 7-year peace arrangement, of which he only sits in the throne for 3 years. And lastly, the only there's only one person on the planet that actually meets all the criteria to take the throne legally in Jerusalem. In the Balfour Declaration, in the small print, there was an agreement that the royal family, the Windsor family, retains the right, in the Balfour Declaration, retains the right to place a sovereign on the throne in Jerusalem at some future date if it was declared a nation. Remember, that was the Palestinian district, and England ruled that area of the Mideast when the Balfour Declaration was set up. And these families came into this agreement with the Zionists, reclaiming Israel, buying up the land, and then declaring themselves a nation. Within that agreement, you have royal families with the Order of the Garter, Order of the Round Table, which is a breeding program. The Queen sat at the head of it when she was alive, between all the royal families. And so when King Charles, from his side of the family, with the Windsors, had about 7 of the royal families represented primarily within their bloodlines. In the Order of the Garter Round Table, they assign every person who is a member of the Round Table a number as they come into this round table. And it's actually their breeding operation. They pick who's going to marry who, like a racehorse breeding operation, to get the purest blood into these royal positions of kings and queens within the 13 royal families. Diana came from the Merovingian side, which represented the other 6 families primarily. And so when they had William, William was the first royal in this 400 plus year breeding program to have all the blood of all the 13 royal families represented within him as a person. He was this racehorse, and they loved their numbers. They loved their symbology and numerology. As it turns out, William was the 1000th knight of the round table, the breeding program. And you have to think Independence Day. It's not a count up, it's a count down. In numerology, in the way that these royal families practice it, you don't count the zeros. So when you drop the zeros, who's Prince William? He's the one. And by the way the rules are set up, you know, a lot of people miss this. Largest country in the world is hidden right in plain sight. It's not China. It's not U.S. or Russia by land or something like that. It's the Commonwealth hiding in plain sight, ready to raise up again. And so if after a war you're trying to legislate peace within the region, some kind of a peace deal for Prince William to take the throne, to reign over that from Israel within the rights, going back to the Balfour Declaration, would be the way it would happen. Some, you know, people are saying Obama and, other people or the Antichrist. No, they don't fit all the details, and they have, within the British royal family, they claim heritage to, Muhammad, heritage to King David, the sovereign family, the Church of England, things like that, to the Protestants and stuff into the Catholics and the relationship. So they claim this heritage to be the spiritual leader for all the religions. And that's this game that's being played right in plain sight, propagandized. And the only thing I would warn, even into the church here in the West, a lot of church leaders, pastors, have for a very long time been pushing the whole side of, those that bless Israel, the children of Jacob, or Israel, his name was changed. God will bless them, and those that curse them, God will curse them. But at the time of Christ, if you're a Christian, if you're a Messianic Jew, And by the way, I have Muslim friends who've converted. They believe Christ is a prophet. They now believe that Christ is Messiah. And it's a very fun thing. These are beautiful people. In understanding that, the covenant has been handed off to others because the people, the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, many of them turned. And Christ again said to the Sadducees and Pharisees, ye are of your father, the devil. We have to make a choice, pick a lane. The God in heaven, or as these fraudsters and propagandists want us to believe, Lucifer, the light bearer, and all those they present as frauds before us. So lastly, I apologize for running long, but I have to break to another meeting in a few minutes. I want to get this in. Within Iran, fastest growing Christian population on the planet, has been for several years. At the beginning of the Obama administration, the people were trying to rise up. They were looking for help from the West and from the U.S. specifically, and they got beat down horribly, and nobody came to their aid. The police and the military, under the direction of the mullahs, were vicious in persecuting those that were trying to make a governmental change. In the intervening period, the church has grown in spite of all of that pressure. There's been just an amazing move of God in the land of Esther and the place where Daniel's buried, and a move of faith. Miracles that are just, like from the book of Acts. And at a certain point here, about 3 years ago, the pressure was such that a number of the leaders within the church went to the police chiefs across Iran in certain areas, and they told them, we will not suffer our children being disappeared, grandma being tortured, our wives being abused, because some of the things were just brutal. I won't waste time talking about it now. And if they told them that if our families get abused, anybody in our region gets abused, your family will be abused, your wife will disappear, your son will be executed. And the police had to back off. If you look at what happened when Israel went in to do the bombing campaign, there were a fifth column of spies out of Israel who were interacting with the people there in Iran, and Western intelligence operatives, in other words, the U.S., who coordinated with cells, and they had found all of the ground launch locations for surface-to-air missiles in their anti-aircraft grid. So in the hours before the Israeli planes arrived in Israel to start bombing targets, they took out all of those missile sites with drones and with some portable light missiles out of trucks that they had secreted into the country and were using. And by the way, just before that happened, Trump had given Iran and Israel 60 days to work out an agreement. On the 59th day, he says, I want an agreement. We're going to move this along, and we're not going to sit around. We're not playing around until Iran has the bomb. Figure it out. You got 60 days. On the 59th day, there had been an engineered situation where Netanyahu was challenged on a vote of confidence. They did the vote of confidence over the Knesset and voted that Netanyahu would stay prime minister. Then, within an hour of that vote of confidence, the aircraft were launched and the operatives in Iran were unleashed to go take out these targets. Part of the reason that vote of confidence was important because by law in Israel, for 6 months, they cannot do another challenge to Netanyahu's authority to hold power. They can't do another vote of confidence. So he has 6 months license to get it done, do whatever he has to do without looking over his shoulder. Is he going to be challenged and taken out of authority, not able to finish the job? When the Iranian people, primarily Christians, were working with Just a second here. I said this to. Sorry, I had a call coming in. When the Iranian Christians were coordinating with Western intelligence and Mossad to take out all those sites. The other thing that is not known, hasn't been talked about, is they also had intelligence operatives into the military. That's how they were able to, with exacting precision, know where the generals were and to direct the drones specifically to specific apartment units and locations and like that. And then also know about operatives moving into the U.S., coming in through Venezuela and up to the U.S. It's been going on for quite a long time. Iran and Venezuela have been tied very closely together. And certain attacks that were planned into America that were thwarted earlier this week and that have been followed for quite a long time. And hopefully we got them all. Just say I apologize for over dominating. I just want to get this out real quick before I have to leave. The key is that Iranian people have been coordinating with Mossad and with Western intelligence, not just about the activities inside Iran, including the nuclear plants, the military, and the policing and like that, but also activities of the Iranian spy networks. And they've been giving us great intel, including the activities. You know, Iran is involved in stuff all over the world. They are the seat of terror and had been coordinating with Western intelligence agencies. So Yemen, 3 million people killed. The Congo, last 7 or so years, 10 million people killed. Rwanda, 1 million. Nigeria, Niger, the stuff going on in South America and Central America and coming up into America with their intelligence operations and terrorist operations. It's the Iranian people that are working to help us to thwart those efforts. And I've attended the Pahlavi family's annual get-togethers out in D.C. for over a decade, and very familiar with the U.S. side of those operations. I believe we are going to see a regime change very, very quickly here, and that there's going to be a real push to engage with the West to try to de-escalate this. And then part of the reason that even though there may be more destruction that could be done to these nuclear facilities, the reality is all the equipment was destroyed. The buildings or structures themselves, they were pretty tough, but the innards were blowing out pretty good. We're not as concerned about Iran, you know, getting back up, getting a bomb in months or, you know, a year. A lot of that chatter that's gone through the Patriot community is being pushed. You know, the largest lobby in Washington, D.C. is the Israeli lobby. And there's a military side to that, weapons spending and intelligence and everything else. And they do not favor President Trump. So they go out of their way to find ways to make Trump look bad in these things. But the reality is Trump's done a fantastic job. Just a few hours ago, an agreement was signed in D.C. Between Rwanda and the Congo to do a ceasefire, similar to what Trump wanted done with Zelensky in Russia, which Zelensky rejected. But Trump wants to stop feeding the demons, the devil himself, these Luciferians with blood and energy. And then we'll work out the rest of the deals so we can get them back on track. And Trump has been succeeding in that. So I think we're in a great spot, headed in an excellent direction. And I yield the floor. Thank you guys for letting me kind of get all that out in a race. And I'll listen for a few minutes, and I've got to go into a meeting here in just a moment. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Juan. That matches what I was told, too, that there will be regime change in the next week is what I heard again today. I'll turn it over to SG.
Well, I have to say, I find it very interesting, the anthology and the genealogy that Juan went through just a moment ago, because this is biblical at its core. And this is something that people really have to keep in mind. And it's been orchestrated in such a fashion to come together and bring this great awakening and this great spiritual return moment for humankind at the same time that we're appreciating the more nuanced components of our society, the liberty, the civic responsibility, how our constitutional system works, how the Western world was co-opted, how corpocracies infiltrated governments and began masquerading as those same entities. And I want to bring something to the fore here for your audience out there, Dave, because I think people are going to find themselves a little assuaged by this. One of the first sort of knee-jerk reactions that we saw from what I would call the fair weather anons out there with respect to the strikes that occurred inside Iran was that we did not have this sort of like in the moment, present day and time action from Congress to authorize these particular uses of military force. And yet if we've not learned anything over the last 7 years, we really need to look back and focus on all of the administrative state paperwork that has been inside the U.S. system as still active and still present really since going back to year 2000 and the September 11th attacks of 2001. And that's exactly the authority that President Trump was acting under, on this particular course of action that he chose. If the audience goes and looks up 22 U.S. Code, section 9404, you will find an authorization for all means necessary to interdict and sanction the IRGC intelligence community, which has been masquerading as the proper government of Iran for more than 40 years. And it draws upon the authority of Executive Order 13224 from the 43rd administration. Now, that order was issued under wartime authorization of military force, which was put in place by Congress. I believe it's Public Law 107-40 on September 18th of 2001, which authorized military force and the commander-in-chief to take all measures necessary to stop the terrorism and to protect the country against terrorism that pertains back to the September 11th terrorist attack. So again, I'm going to ask, who is John Kerry's son-in-law? Who is one of the friends of the Clinton administration? Who did Barack Obama hang out with? Why was so much money sent to Iran between 2006 and 2014? You have overlap of the exact same parties that did 9/11 coming together in this day and time, except the teeth that they put in place inside the administrative bureaucracy to come after all of us has now been weaponized on them.
Hey, can I just jump in? You have just nailed something that's very, very important. And I wanted to mention a moment ago, and I forgot to. You have to dial into these equations. The people we now have in protective custody inside the U.S. that we've been hiding out, if you will, the defectors that flipped the election in 2020, they're Venezuelans. And so we've had them in protective locations, but not official government locations, private parties protecting them for about 4 years. And that number grew from just a couple to quite a few, and their families. They came from Venezuela. They were under Cuban authorities there who were then coordinating their activities with China. It was China handlers. China stole the election 2020, if you want to get right down to it, with the aid of these other groups. However, Venezuela was also the waypoint and working very, very, very closely with Iran. We monitored numerous flights with intelligence operatives out of Iran, blown straight into Venezuela. One of the most unique occurrences was about 4 years ago, when they had an aircraft that had a mechanical problem and had to divert to Argentina and landed in Argentina. And then the Argentine forces went through the aircraft, photographed and documented every person, and proved that, in fact, we had very specific IRGC members and their special intelligence unit people there on the plane. And they were going through Venezuela, headed for America. So there's been a real tight connection with Iran, with Venezuela. And what you just said, SG, noting the fact that people got into positions of political power and authority and around the people that were in those places. When we interviewed these technicians, not only did they flip the American election, but they flipped elections in 71 other countries over the last several decades. And those records will come out in disclosures that'll start this fall with arrests and then over the next several years with trials. But you're going to find out that it wasn't just that Iranians or that Venezuelans flipped the election and had all these intelligence agencies, including China, running them, and China being a proxy of Britain, by the way, you're going to find out that this Iranian component was extremely strong in getting into positions of authority in countries around the world, but especially the United States, through these fixed elections. And that was part of the payoff, the trade-off that was given to Iran. So I think when you look at some of these players, people are going to be stunned, absolutely unbelievably stunned at how intricately Iran was benefiting by the cooked elections that you're going to be hearing about for the rest of this administration once the first arrests begin. And I'm glad you pointed that out, SG.
All right, that's where that video ends. I wonder if there's more of that out there. It looks pretty good. SG Anon, the Patriot Street Fighter, and Juan O'Sullivan with His Glory TV. Before I show some more Juan on here and see what else is going on, I wanted to show you this little documentary I came across. It proposes something really fascinating and very interesting idea. It sort of ties in stuff with the Bible and time. I think you guys will really find it interesting. I got to see a little bit of it, and it was really good. So let's check it out, and then we'll go back from there.
I want you to get together.
Hello, everyone. So, this is another kind of random rumination video. And as a disclaimer now, I have to tell you, don't take what I'm about to say as even what I believe. I don't really know where I stand on a lot of the things I'm about to be talking about. I am just hashing out concepts and ideas. Okay. I have to say now, this isn't a Tartaria or Millennial Reign, Millennial Kingdom channel. That's just not what I do on this channel. That's not kind of my shtick. That's not what I focus on. I'm a more of a spiritual warfare Nephilim exploration channel, if you want to call it anything, But obviously biblical history is a big part of all that. And, I dabble in all theories and all conspiracy things as well, not just the Christian stuff, but I just dabble in anything conspiracy related. But that being said, over the past 3 to 4 years, there has been this huge wave that people have been riding, talking about where we are in the timeline and how, if all history is a lie, just how far has that lie actually gone and where do we actually stand in the timing of things. So you have the non-religious thinkers who go down the Tartarian route, which implies that there was an ancient, super advanced civilization that used what we call antiquitech, or buildings that were around. These grand cathedrals, for example, during this time, were actually tools and mechanisms to harvest energy. And there's a lot of channels out there which goes in line with this whole, there seems to have been an enormous cataclysm of some kind that basically just annihilated that civilization. And then there was a reset of sorts. And a lot of these cities were kind of repopulated after this global cataclysmic event, which in some parts of the earth melted these cities into piles of molten mess, and a lot of them also were buried under layers of mud. Some very shallow, some deeper than others, but there seems to have been a huge shift in the land itself, and everything was just decimated. And the remnants of this world that were left, we call the the Christians would call perhaps the millennial reign, or the millennial kingdom of Christ. So Tartarian thinkers don't tend to see it that way. They tend to think that humanity was extremely advanced, And after the cataclysm, evil secret societies of some kind seemed to move in to these cities and reclaim them all, and then repopulate them with people that just came out of nowhere. And I've heard theories that they're basically clones or incubator babies that were kind of grown in these places for the sole purpose of simply just repopulating the cities. But the founders of these cities are literally the people who found the cities, not built them. And then they made up histories and lies to basically say that they were older than they actually are. And the history of how they were built, they know, and they've basically made up just an entire false narrative to explain where all these things come from, and that's our history as far as we're concerned. That's what's taught to us in the textbooks and on TV and by our authorities, so we have this belief that we live in the year 2023, after, before Christ and after Christ, that's what it's based on. But they don't kind of mention that. In the secular world, we don't talk about that, but we believe we're 2023 years after Christ. But it could be that, in fact, that's just not the case at all. It seems like what they call the Dark Ages. I've seen a lot of thought on this, but either they never actually happened at all, and that 1,000 years they claim, which is in darkness, which we have no real solid documentation of, because it was just such a hellish time to be on Earth, where mankind was plunged just into a religious hole of some kind, through religious dogma. They claim that, the truth is that never happened, and we actually are in the year 1000 and something. Do you get what I mean? That extra 1,000 years they've kind of added on to our timeline. That's one way I've seen people interpret it. But then there's the Millennial Kingdom people, the Christians, who are going around saying, no, that 1,000 years did happen. And that is not a dark age. It was the 1,000 years of Christ reigning on earth with the resurrected saints. And it's implying that most of Revelations has already come to pass. The veils have already been poured out on the earth. The mark of the beast has already come and gone. And the war between the Antichrist and the beast and Jesus Christ and his spiritual army has happened, And again, the first resurrection has already happened. Christ has been here for 1,000 years. He's already ruled for 1,000 years. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, it says, that Satan is released out of the pit and he's allowed to rule for a little season. And it also says, and this is where my theory, this is something I said in passing in my last video, which kind of threw some people off. But for me, it was kind of common sense thinking, so I didn't think much of it when I said this, but a lot of people have said, you need to expand on this idea. And the idea is, if, and this is a big if, all of that is true, then technically, if this is the little season at the end of the millennial reign, and we are the people living in it, then we are the people in Revelations 20, where it says the dead who basically, didn't know Christ or weren't around before Christ turned up and didn't have a chance to live in the millennial kingdom are raised. And they live in this time, this little season. And I think people didn't quite grasp that immediately. They'd be like, whoa, what did you just say? And, again, this isn't gospel truth. I don't know. I don't know if any of that's even true. Like I said, this is just a random theory that seems to have taken a hold of the truth movement in the last 3 to 4 years. It's just grabbed it, and this is what everyone's on right now. And 8 years ago, it was the Mandela effect. And prior to that, it was the flat earth. Like, it was something, and this is the one right now that really people are rolling with. It was Tartaria a few years ago, and now it's going towards Millennial Kingdom. And, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm open to alternative histories. I am. That's my jam. That's the type of thing I like to look into and theorize about and wonder about. It is, so I'm open to all possibilities on the matter. But I'm not going to confidently put all my eggs in one basket on this one. You know, I'm not going to say, yes, this is definitely 100% the case, because I think there's just too much mystery shrouding this whole thing. It's extremely suspicious that this is only just suddenly a thing out of nowhere. And I tend to think there are a lot of co-opted truth movements that kind of happen, you know, which tend to lead us in certain directions that may not necessarily always be in our best interest. So we need to be careful. We need to be a little bit apprehensive about some of these things. That being said, you know, perhaps that, you know, as a Christian, I should be saying something like, well, the Tartarian worldview is the twist that they want you to go down, but the truth is that it's the millennial reign, you know, so it's kind of the controlled version of this information getting out is the Tartaria stuff. But what they don't want you to really figure out is that the millennial kingdom is what they're really talking about. So, you know, people will argue that. That's the point they will say. I understand that. But again, I don't know. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to share with you basically the only verse, this theory I've just said about we are the last people. We are the resurrected people who died before Christ. You know, it hangs on this one verse in Revelations. So I can share the screen with you to show you this. So if I go to Revelations 20. Now, just for some context, I've got a summary here of the passages up to this verse, just off Wikipedia. I know it's not the deepest of research, but it's just to give you an overview of what's going on. So as you go through all these verses, you know, it's saying basically the war in heaven's already happened. The 7 veils have been poured out on earth. And the 7 veils are pretty nasty. You know, they you know, the seals are opened, the trumpets are blown, the veils, you know, are lit on the earth, and it's basically just death and destruction all over the earth. Blood becoming the sea, 1/3 of the animals dying, hail and fire falling from heaven, lightnings, earthquakes, just utter destruction of everything. You know, the world is just totaled, and so are the people on it. And then what is left in terms of remnants is this final battle between the Antichrist, who rides the beast, or the beast system, which is created, and the people who follow it, basically, against the armies of Jesus. And basically, you know, Babylon falls in 18, and this causes the merchants of the earth to weep, because no one is able to buy their products anymore. And I find that just alone as an interesting understanding of Revelations 18, because it kind of tells us what Babylon is. And Babylon isn't a city necessarily anymore in this context. It seems like Babylon is the method in which people can buy and sell stuff. So it's kind of the infrastructure of the world in a way. And if society collapses, which is what we live in now, which you would define as Babylon, then that means people can no longer earn money. And as that is the system people use to gain food and survive, that's going to be a big problem, you know, for a lot of people who rely on the system, you know, and obviously all the rich men in the world and the rich women and the people that are high up in these things, once it falls, are going to be upset because their wealth literally means nothing anymore. They have nothing of actual value they can trade for the things necessary to survive anymore. So that's just in passing. Let's move on. It says here, you know, in 19, the marriage between Jesus and his bride, who has prepared herself and clothed in white linen. So I think that's obviously symbolic of the born-again Christians, the people who've been preparing themselves for Jesus' arrival. We are Jesus' bride, you know. It says here, a white horse whose rider is called Faithful and True is introduced. With justice he makes war. So Jesus Christ is the rider mentioned in chapter 12, and John references Psalms 2:9 when he writes, he will rule them with an iron scepter. So Jesus comes here, you know, to bring a war, not peace, basically, against those who obviously have fully rejected God in every heinous way. He says this is when the first war between the people of God and the rest of the world takes place. After the war is finished, the beast and the false prophets are taken captives and thrown into the lake of fire. Okay. While all the other enemy combatants are killed and the corpses are left out in the field for the birds of the sky to devour their flesh. So there's a horrible war after the total destruction of everything. And this is kind of the last mopping up of the corruption that was around during that time. It says, Jesus returns to earth, followed by the armies of heaven, which are seen riding white horses and dressed in fine linen. The beast and his false prophets make war with the armies of Christ, but are defeated. In the aftermath of their defeat, the Antichrist and false prophets are cast into the lake of fire, which burns forever. Now, I've heard interpretations that when the Bible says forever, that's just an English misinterpretation because we don't really understand what it means when they say it. But it basically means an extremely long time, but not eternity. I think that's what they're saying. But that's neither here nor there with this. So here we are to 20 Revelations. This is kind of what this whole concept that if, in terms of the millennial reign, if it's happened, this is where we are. Okay, this is where we're up to in the story, which means we are pretty much near the end. And all those people we see who are stereotypically holding up signs on street corners saying the end is nigh, perhaps we're a lot closer to the truth of that matter than we initially thought they were stereotypically. Maybe they didn't even know what they truly meant when they were saying the end is nigh, but, people would dream dreams and have visions during this time. And it says here, Satan is bound in the abyss for 1,000 years. The saints who died are resurrected and begin their 1,000-year reign with Christ. After the 1,000 years, Satan is released from the abyss to deceive the nations and gather Gog and Magog and the people of the world to encircle the camp of saints and the city of Jerusalem. Fire comes down from God out of heaven and devours them, and Satan is destroyed, finally. The wicked dead and all those who died during the 1,000-year reign of Christ are resurrected and judged. Now, this description here on Wikipedia actually doesn't explain clearly what was actually said in Revelations 20. If we go to it, and this translation is from the KJV, okay. And I'm not here to argue about what is and isn't the right book to use, but let's just read this together. Okay, so Revelations 20. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witnesses of Jesus, and for the word of God, and which they had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had they received the marks on their foreheads or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. So this is the millennial kingdom. And those who get to be in the millennial kingdom were the martyrs for Jesus, and those who saw him during his time and lived with him and were beheaded for his sake and killed for his sake, But it says here, this is an interesting verse. But the rest of the dead lived not again until the 1,000 years were finished. So I've highlighted it here. But then it mysteriously says, this is the first resurrection. But then after that, in the next verse, in 6, it says, Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death has no power. But they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. So listen to that, okay? So let's read number 6 again, reinterpret it. It says here, those in the first resurrection get to reign with Christ for 1,000 years. And in the previous verse, this is the first resurrection. It seems like this section here, but the rest of the dead live not again until the 1,000 years were finished, shouldn't really be here, Okay, and I'm not trying to add or remove to the Bible or anything. I'm not trying to corrupt anything. This isn't gospel truth what I'm saying here. I'm just suggesting reinterpretations. Maybe this is an interpretation issue or a translation issue because of the way they structure language compared to English. But the first resurrection are those who get to reign with Christ for 1,000 years. After that, the rest of the dead live not again until the 1,000 years were finished. Okay, so it feels like this shouldn't be here. It should be below number 6, maybe. It should. This little section should be, I'll highlight in green there. That should be here, maybe, just before 7. Okay, I feel like that should be just before 7, rather than randomly just jammed here with "this is the first resurrection" next to it. That doesn't make any sense because this section here in green is not talking about the first resurrection, which it claims it is afterwards. It's just not. We're told the first resurrection are those that get to live and reign with Christ for 1,000 years. This little section shouldn't be here. It should be just one, maybe just one paragraph over. Okay? And I'm not saying this is because someone's tried to intentionally deceive us. I'm just saying if we were to read it in English and in order, this little section is not talking about the first resurrection. Yet the next sentence says, this is the first resurrection. But this little sentence, this is the first resurrection, is talking about this section. Okay? So the rest of the dead live not again until the 1,000 years were finished. And it says, when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and the rest of the dead live not again until the 1,000 years. So the rest of the dead are somehow born again into the world. Their souls are in some way, it's like they've been stored somewhere, and they get to come back, but they have to live during Satan's little moment. That's what I'm saying here. And it's all hinged on this section, Revelations 5 through to 7. All of Revelations 20 really is what it's talking about here, but it mainly starts with, people get to reign with Christ for 1,000 years. Blessed are those that get to take part in the first resurrection because they get to be with Christ for 1,000 years. This is the first resurrection. And then the rest of the dead get to come back after the 1,000 years when Christ is no longer reigning. And they get to be in the little season where he's loosed out of his prison, where Satan is loosed. And it says, Satan shall go out and deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth. Now, deceive the nations. If this is true, then it makes sense that why we're so confused about who we are and when we are. We don't know what peoples we actually are. We've been utterly lied to about our history and our origins through scientism and obviously other manipulated religions out there and lies. Our timeline is completely messed up. In terms of deceive the nations, Satan has done just that, if that's where we live, if we are in his little season. We are utterly, completely lost. We have no idea who we are or when we are. And we barely even understand where we are, considering all the deceptions around, the heliocentric model and the rest. We don't really know anything about existence at all. We've been utterly deceived during this time, and our history books are utter lies. And he's gonna gather Gog and Magog together for battle. Now, I'm not here to argue about who Gog and Magog is, but the point is, he gets these peoples together, and there's a lot of them. Millions, trillions of people, not trillions, but billions of people, And they basically go and encompass the camp of the saints, the beloved city. So this is saying Jesus Christ is still here on earth after his reign. He's just no longer actively with an iron rod in charge anymore. Satan's given his chance. And basically those who wish to rebel and have that nature within them and didn't want to be saved during this time will side with him and will go and fight Jesus, basically. People have argued right in the center of earth, the Rupus Negra, the mountain, is where Jesus Christ and the saints are, what we call the North Pole today. you know, and there was some interesting stuff mentioned in the Telegram group as well about, I think it might have been MK Ryan who said this, and one of our followers. Anyway, he said, this is why we have this alternative Jesus myth about a godlike figure who lives in the North Pole, who can, you know, who sees you when you're sleeping and knows when you're awake, you know, and he lives in the North Pole. It's kind of like Santa Claus is a satanic twist on Jesus Christ, who lives in the North Pole, you know, and is God, basically. But that's neither here nor there. Just an interesting thing I thought I'd throw in there. But Revelations is telling us here there'll be a 1,000-year reign of Christ. Then the dead will raise after that, you know, who didn't know Christ, maybe beforehand, or lived during the time of Christ but denied him, or were evil and sinners. They're resurrected in the world with Satan for his little season after the 1,000 years here in verse 7. And then he'll gather an army to go and do one last battle against Jesus at the center of the earth. In Middle Earth, you know, the battle for Middle Earth. We're talking. I'm thinking about all these words and phrases to describe this in modern media. I feel like we've been kind of told this over and over again in movies. I know, and then it says here, you know, they went up onto the breadth of the earth, they accompanied the camp of the saints. But then fire came down from God out of heaven and just destroyed the enemy instantly. And that's basically it. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are. And it says here they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. But I even though I'm inclined to believe something akin to that may be happening, I think it's likely just utter annihilation. They're finally done for, you know. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, and whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the book, according to their works. So, interesting phraseology here, but it's implying after this, every human that ever lived is then resurrected fully. Not just those who lived during the time before Christ, but it's kind of like even those who died during this whole tribulation period at the end rise again. So it's implying that those who do come back to live in Satan's little kingdom after the 1,000 years, as mentioned here, aren't resurrected in a sense as adults who can think consciously. It's almost like they're born again into the world. It's like as the world repopulates during this 1,000 years, you know, it's like these babies or infants are born into the world, and as they grow older, they fully come into who they are, you know, like we do, like every human being you've ever met does in this world, you know. We're all raised from a baby, aren't we? From a mother and child. And I find it interesting that there's this phenomena researched by all the other people in the Tartaria, but there's these orphan trains where thousands of children are just appearing out of nowhere and being made to repopulate these cities, you know. Maybe it's all adding up. Maybe that is what was going on. Maybe that's what this is talking about, and where all these children just randomly appeared from. It's actually, they were kind of just birthed into the earth in a way. And, you know, they weren't resurrected as fully grown adults, which is what the resurrection implies would happen. These people who the rest of the dead live not again are people who have to live a full life again from birth till death, you know. So they're not resurrected, more so re-injected into the earth. The soul is implanted back into it through the birthing process. Okay, but I think after all this destruction, after the final battle, where they encircle the camp of saints and are burnt by God, I'm guessing that's when the final second resurrection truly happens. And everybody who died is resurrected in the form as they were. So adults and children in between of all ages and sizes, whatever, they're all just literally brought back from the dead and manifest in front of God there, you know, and that's the final judgment. That's it. That's the final judgment. And then after this, you know, it says here, the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. So this is everybody. Everybody who died has come back, you know, no matter who you are or when you lived. every single human will have to give an account and comes back basically before God, and they were judged every man according to their works. And now I'm not sure what to make of this, because faith without works is dead. It's enough that not to believe in Christ is one thing, but if you did believe in Christ, yet your works didn't reflect that, then I suppose responsibility is higher up on you, isn't it? If you're going to be a Christian and walk in the way, you better act like it, not just say it. You better walk the walk, not just talk the talk. So I'm thinking there's some grace here for people who truly never knew Christ, though it seems like this last period of time, if this is the little season, and we're all here now, just about to have this epic battle where we're convinced to go and fight against something in the North Pole. Let's say this again. I'm spinning a web here. I'm weaving a yarn based on what I've read. If we in the next maybe 100 years are all about to be convinced to go and attack something in the North Pole, whatever that is, and it's actually Jesus, and we're all about to die and be destroyed. We can't say we are not living in a time right now where we don't know about Jesus. Everybody on this earth knows about Jesus. Jesus is everywhere right now. He might not be physically with us, but everyone knows his name and everyone knows his story. We don't live in a Jesus-less world, so it's not like we don't have a chance right now to discover him and understand what it's all about. Everyone has a chance to at least humor the idea, So it would be plausible that this could be our chance to get right with God, before the final judgment. And this is our chance as people who lived before Christ appeared on earth, to be put back into the earth as a chance to. Because don't forget, the people who lived with Christ, they had their chance right there. They saw him. They saw it all happen. The people who lived after that during the millennial kingdom, anyone born into the millennial kingdom, well, of course they're going to love Christ and worship Christ and be saved, because he's right there. But what about us? What about the people who didn't? Well, I'm saying us, but if we are those people, what about those people, which could be us, who didn't live during a time when he existed? Where's our chance to be saved and have our souls redeemed? Well, maybe this is it. Maybe that's what this is all about. But again, I have to keep stressing this. I don't know that what I'm saying here is the fact or truth of the matter. I don't know what time we're in. I don't know. A lot of people instead, alternative to this, are obviously waiting for the millennial kingdom to happen. They're waiting for all of the revelation, the end times events to happen. They're waiting for all the trumpets to be blown and the vials to be poured, and the seals to be broken. They're waiting for the mark of the beast still and all this stuff, And this conspiracy is saying you're waiting for the wrong thing. It's already happened. You've just been utterly lied to about where you stand in the time period. Our history has been utterly expunged and twisted and lied to. And it's fascinating, like I said at the start, it does seem, through basic observation, never mind following just scripture or what's written down in books, just observing the earth, something absolutely awful happened that melted cities, leveled landscapes, buried people and cultures, just reset the earth. I think it's said there's no tree on the earth that's over like 300, 400 years old or something like that. I heard someone say. This goes back to that really old theory, there's no trees on flat earth argument. And that's what he was kind of trying to explain, all the trees are new. Everything so it's implying everything's pointing towards something happened, and the New Age types and the Gnostic types call it the Great Reset, and the Christians call it the end times revelation event, and then the millennial reign. Just an interesting tidbit, there is this idea that there is evidence for this through the architecture that was around, all this wonderful architecture that people struggle to understand how we managed to build, especially during a time when everyone was choosing horses and carriages. These epically large, intricate designed buildings, Well, the stones have a date marked on them usually. And for one example, there's loads of stones out there that look like they have something like 1760 written on there. But on closer inspection, the 1 is an I. It's not a number, it's a letter, for example. So this means, for that saying that that was actually saying, this is the year 760 of the Lord. I being a replacement for J for Jesus, which wasn't around then, you know. So it's I 760, not 1760. And this is kind of what they've been doing. They've been defacing all these stones and adding ones in front of them. So we think we're living in the we're living in the year 2000, when really we might be living in the year 1000, just a couple of 100 years after the great reign of Jesus Christ, you know. But again, we wouldn't know what year we're actually in if this is true. It means they've literally just given us a random arbitrary date and said, yeah, that's when you live, you know, and we've just believed it. This great deception is built on the biggest of lies, if this is true. And I don't want to say with any authority, I'm not a Millennial Kingdom or a Tartarian channel, you know, but I can't ignore this theory knocking about everywhere, because people are losing themselves to it and obsessing over it to the point where, you know, that it's one of those reality shifters again. This is as big as the flat earth or the Mandela effect in terms of like how much it really got into people's heads and mixed them up. And we have to be careful. We're not supposed to have a spirit of fear, you know, and I know a lot of people are really clinging on as well to the idea that they're about to get taken up into heaven and don't have to deal with all the pain and suffering, you know. But if this little kingdom thing is true, then that's just not going to happen. Unfortunately, we're not in that time, you know. And people say, well, there's so many signs are happening right now that prove this is end times about to happen, you know, and we are about to be taken up, and Jesus is about to come back, you know, and rule for 1,000 years. And it's kind of, we can see the signs. It's kind of like, well, the devil can make up signs. The devil can perform signs and wonders. He can make it look like Revelations is unfolding before your eyes, even though it's already happened. He can do that. It's well within his power and ability, you know. So just be open to the fact that you could be being massively deceived. Keep your eyes and faith, I suppose, in Jesus. That's all you can do. Because we're in such a weird time frame and time zone in all this deception now that we literally cannot actually understand or know where we are in the process. And that's scary. Because humans like to know stuff. We like to be certain about who we are, where we are, and when we are. We like to remain grounded in a narrative of some kind. And this narrative that I've just basically described and explained is a scary one that I can see why people wouldn't want to live in this time. You know, but in the spirit of no man knows the day or the hour, you know, I'm going to have to say you're just going to have to make sure you're right with God yourself and get your family in order for whatever happens and for whatever time we're in. You know, and am I here to say that any moment now there's going to be a huge, horrible situation happening that convinces the entire Earth to go and wage war with something in the North Pole? We're going to be lied to about what that is too, probably. You know, I bet they'll tell us it's aliens in the North Pole that are controlling humanity and we need to go and fight them or something. You know, but if this is true, then this is likely Jesus never left after the millennial reign. He's right there. You know, and it's kind of, this little season doesn't have a time frame, and maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe we could, in this time, could go on for as long as we let it go on for. And as soon as we're convinced to go and wage war against him, that's when the final judgment happens. That's when the fire comes down from heaven from God and wipes us all out, and then the final judgment. And that time zone, which is described here as a little season loosed out of his prison, you know, just for a little bit, isn't defined because we don't know how long it's going to be. That's up to us. It's up to us when we choose to fully give in to all the lies and be deceived to the point. It's how long can we last before we've been utterly corrupted again to the point of waging war against Jesus Christ once again. And I don't believe everybody will. And I think, you know, a lot of people are still being saved today. You know, and I think he'll give us as much time as we need to make the right choice, I hope. You know, it seems that way. But yeah. So if you haven't considered it already, if you're going to believe this millennial reign stuff, then we are born again people from an older time, a time before Jesus. And this is our chance to get right, basically. That's what you believe if you believe in the narrative of the millennial kingdom. That's who we are. That's how it's described in the Bible, and Revelations. That's who those people are, and that's who we are. And maybe this explains a strange phenomena people have had where they describe having past lives. You get those people out there adamant that I've lived another life as another person, And you get some lunatics saying I was King Henry VIII or I was Cleopatra or something to muddy the waters. But maybe there's something to be said for those people out there who are really certain that they've lived a life before. It's kind of like, this is like, I feel like I'm another person in another person's body. Maybe all these feelings and thoughts revolving around this idea, although they can be manipulated and twisted into making people believe things like reincarnation exist, which is an endless cycle of soul recycling, which I don't believe is true. Perhaps there is something to be said for a loving, caring God allowing us to come back one last time. So it's not reincarnation, it's just what I said it is. It's a loving and merciful God giving us a chance to do it right. And that's all it is. You don't get another chance after this. And then in the end, everybody gets brought back. Everybody. I don't know, I'm spitballing. But guys, there's some thoughts and random ruminations on this whole thing. Have you heard of this concept, this idea that we are the people? That Revelations 5 was talking about. We are the rest of the dead that live not again until the 1,000 years were finished. Is that us? And we are the people just before the second resurrection, where everybody gets to come back for the final judgment. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thanks for listening to this one. I know it was long, but I just kind of had to hash some thoughts out on this situation. Again, nothing's certain. I don't take what I say as gospel truth. I'm not a preacher. But it's certainly fascinating to think about. So thanks for listening, guys. And as always, God bless.
I want you to get together.
All right. What'd you guys think? It's a pretty interesting show, I thought. It made you think about things in a whole different way. As far as the Idaho situation goes, there are 2 firefighters dead after responding to that wildfire. You guys are probably watching that now, I know. Sounds like it's an ongoing situation. They're taking sniper fire, and it's probably getting dark that way about now, so it's not going to be a very good situation. Now I'm going to put some more Juan on this interview that we never got to watch, and I'll be here, chat will be open, hang out, go have supper, come back, whatever you got to do, have some fun. It's kind of a light night, not a lot going on.
Hey, everyone. In a time of unprecedented deception, corruption, and spiritual warfare, there are only a few voices who rise above the noise to bring forth truth, strategy, and prophetic insight. And our guest is one of those voices. But before we get him on, I want to thank all of you for joining us on Upfront in the Prophetic. And of course, if this is your first time, please go ahead and like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Many of you know Juan O'Savin. He is, for those who do not know, he is a patriot and strategist and a man who's been sounding the alarm long before many have even awakened to what was really going on. And I have to say that Juan has been a guidepost for so many navigating through this storm. He's called, a lot of people call him the James Bond of truth by some, and some the Watchman. So,
by the way, just wanted to add, if you're looking for something to watch now live, over at Captain Kyle Patriots on Rumble, they're doing their live interview with Lieutenant Colonel Bosey, if you want to check that out. Otherwise, we'll probably check that out here tomorrow or later tonight.
many agree with him, but then there are a few that really don't, but that's okay because Juan is a man on a mission and he has helped reclaim and is helping reclaim America's soul and to remind us basically that we are a nation under God. So without further ado, Juan O'Savin, it is such a blessing to have you on the air with us today.
Hey, it's beautiful to be here with you. And, it's been a while since we've had to do a chance to do a show together. And I always enjoy them. I enjoy getting to visit with a pretty broad spectrum of hosts, a lot of different, ways that they view the world. And so I'm blessed to get to talk to lots of different hosts. But there's a handful of you that have a very strong Christian community around you. And it's kind of the basis for your broadcast in the first place. And I always enjoy slowing down and taking a little extra time there because I, feel I can go a little bit deeper. And some of the stuff that I might talk about, they already have a pretty good understanding. We have so many people that we're talking to right now in the world, just in our regular life, that have never actually weren't raised in a church environment or a house where the parents were, had any faith roots. And so you have to start in a different way with folks coming from that direction. And, there's no complaint there, but it is a different conversation when you have people that have a little more history and you're trying to get maybe to some different end information objectives, etc. So your audience kind of fits a different category, and so hopefully we'll get somewhere that helps people in your audience specifically.
Well, I'm sure we will, Juan. It's always interesting having you on. We never know what rabbit trail we might go, or what rabbit trail or hole we might go down. But I know that a lot of people are concerned right now with this whole geopolitical storm that's arisen. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that because there's many thoughts flying about, and always, again, love hearing from your perspective.
Well, there's been a lot of criticism of President Trump over the last few days related to what's gone on in Iran, Israel, etc. And of course, you heard him use the F-bomb the other day in talking about the situation in Iran and Israel. In fact, I'm going to step into my suite here. Sure. Just because I've got a lot of racket in the background that just kind of cranked up, and I don't want to interrupt our viewers with too much of that. So okay. I'm gonna that might be a little bit better for everybody. So
all right.
So the reality is that there's a lobby that is huge. It's the largest lobby in Washington, D.C., and it is the Jewish lobby. And that lobby, Israel feels, and for good cause, good reason, very fragile. Iran wants to build a nuclear bomb, has been very clear all the way along that they wanted to use it on Israel. And so with all of this stuff going on in the world and what is happening right now with taking out these nuclear reactors, where they felt that they needed to go further, they were pushing pretty hard, not just on President Trump, but on the people around him to continue the devastation on Iran. And what you have to understand about President Trump, his objective right now, anywhere in the world, he just wants the murder, the killing, the slaughter to end. He wants the death to end. And part of his logic in this is that he doesn't want the demons, the devils, Lucifer, Satan himself, who feed on that death and mayhem and the chaos that follows in the wake of the death of innocents that are always present no matter what military action you have going on, that feed these spirits. He doesn't want to continue that on. In fact, as you cut off the food supply to our enemies, in politics, we say that money is the mother's milk of politics. So attacking the sources of the money, which, as Khrushchev said, they were going to hang America by our own noose, a noose that we would create and they would hang us from it. That's a very Luciferian theme, by the way, and is repeated over and over and over, that we would become the victims of our own implements of death. And so what Trump is doing is he's working diligently to first stop the killing and the feeding of the demons. These are the devil himself even is a parasitic entity that needs to feed off the lifeblood, life energy of the rest of God's creation, because Satan, Lucifer, the devil, was cast out of the city of life, from the presence of the source of life. So there is a lack of life in him directly and all those around him. So like parasites, they have to suck off the life energy of the rest of God's creation. And by cutting off the money supply, the mother's milk of politics, money that keeps, that feeds the political machines, by cutting off the death and murder that feed the war machines and the devil themselves that gets stronger wherever chaos and war are present, you weaken them. And it's interesting, in the scriptures, when you go and look at Revelation 12, 2 and 3, it says that there was war in heaven. And then as this war went on, Michael and his angels against Lucifer, Satan, the devil, goes by 1,000 names. Same entity, different names. It says that they were weakened and too weak to hold on in heaven. And so they fell from heaven. And, I guess I hadn't actually read that in the scriptures and had noted it in my mind until I was reading it even today. I was writing a brief article that I'm going to post over at Gumroad. and to some of my people that have bought stuff there at Gumroad, and it'll get passed around the internet. I'm sure it always does. But the devil and his angels were weakened and couldn't hold on in heaven. That's like the battle you do with parasites in your body, and you take different types of foods that they can't, help. Like in Hawaii, they eat papaya, and then they eat the seeds also. And the types of parasites they have in the pork and the chicken and stuff like that classically is their food there in the islands, and also some of the stuff that's in the fruits and like that. The seed from the papaya is a natural antiparasitic food, and they just, it just cleans your system out. And so there's certain things that we do that weaken the devil. And when the devil had to fight God's angels, Michael and his angels, they didn't have the strength and couldn't hold on. And Christ said, I saw you fall like lightning to the earth. And as they were cast down. So, we can weaken the devil by things that we do, and by even engaging in the fight in the first place. There's a lot of people that may think that now that Trump's in, the fight's over. That's just not at all true. All through these government agencies, there's still these people that are operating in an unconstitutional manner. They actually hate the Constitution and what patriots stand for, and Trump himself. And so we have to oppose them. They're mad because Roe versus Wade got turned over. They're mad because Trump won't allow the continuation of the alliances with globalist entities, and they hand over our sovereignty to these global groups who want a one world government and a one world ruler, ultimately the devil himself. And so they're fighting those that want America the way that it was envisioned at its foundation. And but we're supposed to fight those ungodly entities. And as we fight them, they're the ones that don't have an avenue for regeneration, for resupply, because they're cut off from the creator, the source of life. We, on the other hand, do have that and draw on that, and we get stronger, they get weaker. And so we have to fight. When Trump said fight, 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 that was really a key, because they're weakening, they're losing their grip like parasites do, and they're passing right out of the body. And that's the body politic. We are, a nation state, a political body, even in the church, the body of Christ. Well, as a earthly nation, we have a body politic, the nation of America and other nations around the world. If we oppose evil and we oppose these evil entities that have, captured the hearts of men, possessing them, they get weaker as we oppose them, and we're supposed to do that. And then they fall away, and we're able to have the government of God, a righteous government, a right government in our midst.
Yeah, I believe that. What is your message to Christians who are on the fence or afraid to stand boldly?
Okay, there's probably pretty trite answers that you could say, and rah rah rah. Let me approach this a little differently. we had people that wanted to defect to America who had actually participated in manipulating the vote at 2020 and many, many, many other elections around the world. In fact, 71 countries besides the United States of America, where they had overturned elections, put people into power who weren't the will of the people in those nations. 72 nations total. And they wanted to defect, come to America, give all the information they had. They got to the right person or persons, and then others stepped in, and the couple of people turned into quite a few people plus their families. And during all this intervening period from 2021 till just a couple of months ago, they were being secreted in locations outside of the United States. They couldn't come into the United States. It wasn't safe for them because we were a captured operation with our government. And there was denial all through the investigative agencies and judicial agencies that should have embraced them with the information they had. A couple of them didn't make it. And again, the threat to them was more than most anybody in this audience is actually thinking they're under if they have to say something or speak. These people, they were Venezuelans. They were under Cuban supervision, Cuban intelligence officers and military, with Chinese handlers. They were in a Russian territory, Serbia. You talk about danger, risk. They had it for real, for them and their families. So with that in mind, their fears had basis. And everything was on the line to the point of death, their careers, of, everything. And they were totally beholden to the assistance and security once they left and had taken their stuff and, cast their lot. There was no going back and no reconciling, no anything for them or their families. So then here in America, I hear people that are afraid to stand up, talk, be counted, known. And I think, I get it, because you could be ostracized at work. You could be ostracized within your family. I remember early on when Trump was first running, I had somebody that was so excited about getting a Trump bumper sticker and put it on their truck. And within just a couple of days, they had a nice little Toyota truck that was their baby they'd had for years. And it was, they didn't have much, but that was their way of getting around, doing work and everything else. And somebody, destroyed the bumper sticker and then destroyed the truck, broke all the windows out, flattened all the tires. It was horrible for this person, a gal. And who didn't have the resources to fix this. She was trying to make a statement. Trump hat that she had on the front seat, totally defaced and like that. Clear why her truck was targeted, obviously. Maybe we have to, or had to at one point, show a little bit more caution in the moment, things like that. But, for example, I was talking with somebody just a short while ago today who had Trump hats and Megador jacket and things like that. And they were commenting that, in all the years that they've worn these things and been out in public and movie theaters, airplanes, they wear them all the time, and never had a derogatory comment to them directly. They never saw any problem. Nobody ever, they get a kind of a secretive thumbs up. They get a wink, but nobody ever, attacked them on it. And so you can run into somebody that's harsh anywhere. There's Trump's derangement syndrome everywhere. But in large, in mass, most people aren't having that problem. And people continued to kind of fly the banner over the last several years, and it got stronger. And, the majority of Americans voted for Trump. And so there's a group that doesn't like him. But at this point, especially as we move into this phase of the fight, is there really that large of a crowd that is that demonstrative that you're concerned about? In LA, they had 3,000 protesters showed up over the immigration thing, the first one approximately. As President Trump announced that they were not, they were going to bring federal troops in, and anybody did anything, it would be a federal crime, not a state court or a county or municipal court. And one of the people that I deal with very directly was one of the police captains that one of two that dealt with some of the rioters there in LA. They had two shifts. And the guys showed up on motorcycles, 750-pound monster bikes. And were going to, be threatening towards the cops that were present. They had them down on their bikes in about 30 seconds and drug them off to jail. There was about 300 protesters that time. Then the next big protest that came up a few days later, they were going to have, the whole city show up. 13 people showed up. As soon as they got resistance, and then there was real jail time, even with big money offered to some of these agitators, they just didn't show up. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. And so a lot of times if we just show up, this stuff goes away. So if we have people that are being kind of weak-minded or squirrely, it may have been that there was greater reason to be cautious or fearful previously, and some paid a price for, maybe, fools run where angels fear to tread, right? But in this case, now, I think it's important to show up to be counted. To be part of history. Something amazing is happening in America. And yes, the threats against us are real. They're serious. It's not over. But it's like Al Capone running Chicago with, somebody coming in later like the Daley family, the political machine. There's a certain point where people of conscience have to step forward and be ready to take the blows, just like those cops in LA. They got their riot gear on, and that's their job, and they weren't going to let these people have a free-for-all and demolish the city. And they had authority that was given to them, which wasn't present several years ago under the prior administration. As Trump stepped in, gave him the right legal authority with federal troops backing him up. They also got authority to use tear gas, first time since the 60s. And as it turned out, the protesters, as soon as they got real resistance, it was all over. These were paid anarchists and protesters. So we don't get paid like that. We just have to show up as patriots, the church, Christians. We need to show up, be counted, and stop these works of darkness.
Well, look at Florida.
I.e. being present.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, look at Florida, and you had DeSantis saying, "Hey, you know what? If you have a protester, coming in front of your vehicle, run them over. Yeah, the sheriff in Polk County was stating the same thing. Hey, if you continue to protest then, or even think about protesting, then we're just going to contact your family to pick up your remains. And there were several places, because we were in Florida at that time when they were broadcasting that they were showing up in all these states. And, some of the guys, they were like, no, hey, we're patriots. We're going to show up where they show up, and game over. And they didn't have any issues because of exactly what you're saying, is that we need to show up. And then they back down because they're paid by Soros and, hey, the Walmart family and others were paying these people off to stand there. And when they come against opposition, they're not going to stand anymore. They've already been.
Well, and the one thing, let me just say this, that I don't think all of that's done yet. So don't, let's not get into a false sense of security and stability. I think there's still some serious things coming in many of these cities. And part of what you have to keep in mind is that, they'll reorganize. And they've got other ideas that they'll try to pull off to keep the nation in their sway. They're not going to give up, because for most of the people that were actually fighting in this, many of them are actually already have indictments that have been handed down, and there'll be a point where they actually get arrested on any of a number of different grounds. And so they'll fight back. The devil himself will fight back. They know what awaits them. And so they're going to continue to try to, own the moment and protect themselves. But it will be futile. So with that in mind, though, we're not dropping our guard. But in at least these early salvos, we've had the upper hand. And remember, the first round through with Trump in the election cycle and then being president, they were driving the car, these anarchists, these haters of the Constitution, these lovers of a Luciferian one world government. And let's be clear, okay, within this audience right now, in 1950, one of the then financial elitists, advisors to one of the great financial families, banking groups, said that right before Congress in his testimony, he said that we would have a new world order, like it or not, that we could have it because we allow it to be established, or we could have it imposed on us. But either way, we're going to have a new world order. And in that same testimony, it was said that Lucifer, the light bearer, would be the administrator of this planet, and that everybody who remained, that survived the coming purges, and I'm kind of giving this shorthand to not get buried in it, but that all who survived would have to do some type of service to Lucifer in order to be worthy to occupy that new world to come. You don't hear it directly very often, and yet we have lots of people that, acknowledge they've sold their soul to the devil. They've made the deal, this Faustian deal, and that they are in league with Satan, Lucifer, the devil. They want Lucifer to reign over the earth and for them to be part of his kingdom. And in the process along the way, for the vast majority of humanity to be eliminated so that they can have a world dedicated to Lucifer with no other God. you can look at Albert Pike with Morals and Dogma, written in the mid 1800s, the father of Freemasonry in many ways, or modern Freemasonry. And he says right in the middle of his book, which was written in green ink, which he said the reason he wrote the book in green ink was to honor the spirit who gave him the knowledge, who taught him everything that was in the book Morals and Dogma. Well, the spirit that's green, who's that? It's Satan, Lucifer, the devil, the serpent, for he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden. Okay, the green man. So these people are looking for a world with Lucifer as an antichrist figure, his servant, reigning over the earth. And that's the way these people think. It's very twisted, evil, insane in reality. And they're the ones that want to lord over us, make us their slaves, even into death. And we're fighting that. So when you as a churched community, every one of you in this audience, are thinking about the battles that we're in within the political, the military stuff, the coming financial stuff, because we haven't gotten to that, it's going to be very serious. And even within the religious community, where we have captured churches that have been turned into service hubs for satanic activity, whole churches. When you think of all that, we have to resist that and fight it. And a big part of that fight is even the knowledge of how and where to engage and how and where not to. Fools run where angels fear to tread. What is it God wants you specifically to do? Do you hide your light under a bushel for the moment, or are you a neon light for God's purposes? Are you strategic and subtle, waiting for the right timing and talking with other persons? Are you retreating and fearful when your moment to shine comes? Do you miss opportunities because of fear? Where's the boldness?
Sure.
With wisdom, so it's I wouldn't stand in judgment of anybody, because some people will say stuff and do things at times that I just go, no way, I would never do that. But others have a God-inspired boldness that fits some of those circumstances, and they're exactly the right person to do some particular action. So what's your role? That's something that you get as a timing thing from God himself, and through prayer and presence and preparation. And I think that's where it's like giving financial advice. No two people's situation is the same. Their opportunities are different. Their responsibilities, their aptitude is different. And so you need to, be seeking divine counsel. And you shouldn't look to man for that. You should have a relationship close enough to your creator that it may be complemented. There may be some reassurance or extra thing that comes from, men or friends or whatever. But at the end of the day, you make your plans and then you give it over to the Lord and allow him to tell you different. You may think, from a manly standpoint, all the advice is perfect. It makes perfect sense, blah, blah, blah. And God waves you off. Well, maybe there's things that you could not possibly have known within the earthly realm, and God gives you conviction in your spirit, no, or vice versa, to do something that nobody else would advise. But if you do it under divine counsel, then you have a pretty good shot at, there's my lovely wife coming in now. And then you'll get much safer action or activity that, that's where you want to go. You want, God's protection, God's timing. And that's the other thing. Sometimes God gives you a direction you're supposed to go, but then you have to wait on his timing. It's not that it's not what he wants you to do. It's that your timing for entry or to do something or to come forward is not yet there. So it's a God thing. But I think the moment where boldness is the message of the day, those that may have been cautiously restrained or even fearful, there is a certain boldness that is appropriate and required now. And all of us need to step forward. We're going to run the country based on the Constitution. We are not going to fear corrupt judges. We're going to hold them to administer laws justly. And the investigative agencies, the Justice Department, even the military are going to have to toe the line to do the will of the people and bring the country back on course. And if you want to think about things that changed everything and changed the way America's working, just go to Roe versus Wade. 52 years, the people, the land, was being forced to accept a federal mandate, which at the end was unconstitutional. Justice I can't believe I can't think of the name now. Wrote the dissenting opinion, the winning opinion, and in it he said that a prior court erred in its judgment. So a prior court forced on the whole nation a particular set of rules authorizing abortion, mandating it by the federal law out across the land, and it wasn't legislated. It was an incorrect interpretation of the Constitution. And so the justices in a 6-3 decision said that Roe versus Wade was not constitutionally allowed for. A prior court erred in its judgment, and they overturned it and returned the decision whether or not to allow abortions to the states to decide individually, state by state. This noose over America imposed by a corrupt court was ended. Justice Thomas, by the way, he's going to kill me. Yeah, he's a friend. I was like, oh, jeez, I was brain locked for a second. But Justice Thomas, his wife would say something, but Justice Thomas, just a beautiful guy, got to do the opinion on Roe versus Wade. That changed the direction, the demeanor of justice in America. And it was a turning point for America. Those judges, those justices that are still pushing against a correct, appropriate interpretation of the Constitution and their actions, who are acting actually lawlessly will themselves come under judgment now. And there was a certain, in the Old Testament, there was a curse on the land anywhere where a murder took place, but the murderer had not been captured and brought to justice. So a curse would be on the land in that region until the actual murderer was found and dealt with. Oh, I had to say something to my wife real quick.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
The lovely, beautiful Jennifer Mack. So with that in mind, we had all of these children that were being aborted. Arguably something around 66 million children aborted in America. Many say quite a bit more than that. With that in mind, it was forced on the people by a corrupt court. For all of those 52 years, people of conscience, people of faith had fought, demonstrated, and brought legal cases over and over, some actually better, in my opinion, than the one that ultimately won the day at the Supreme Court when this was overturned. And the reason I mention that is because the people were not in agreement with this. It was forced on them. But now it's at the state level. So people have to decide, are they within their state going to allow this to continue or not? And they're fighting state by state. Many states had already changed their laws that if the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, they would themselves not allow abortions in their state. And therefore the guilt, the blood on the hands of the occupants of that area. With that in mind, then we look at other laws that are being enforced around the country, even the voting laws, which allow for corruption, and then people who are not the will of the people of that area to get into office and hold office, and then pass laws that are against the will of the broader population. We're fighting to take back control of our states, our cities, our neighborhoods, state by state. And where via fraud, these people have captured control of, entire states. We're working to overturn that. And that's the work we're doing right now with the election stuff. So that whatever the government is there in each area, it is the will of the people. And then the people, they will benefit or suffer accordingly for governments that they institute. But right now, enemies have come in and hijacked control of cities, counties, states, and their occupied territories. And so would you, as God, judge people where thieves have come into their house and instituted new ungodly laws? Would you judge the people because their house got broken into and then criminal activity took place? No. So once we've recaptured control of our cities, counties, states, and now that we have started the process to recapture control of the country overall, then we can come out from underneath divine judgment, potentially, and those that were guilty of certain actions that are not godly, that are not constitutional, they themselves will suffer the punishment for these things, but not the people that were, in these hijacked ships and locations, ship of state.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it really does. So you mentioned earlier about the next phase, but you didn't say what the next phase was. Is that a phase that will be like the shot heard around the world, or tell me what
Well, surprisingly, it's been 10 years and 10 days today since Trump came down the escalator and announced his run for the presidency. And the fun thing about that, in numerology, you drop the zeros. So it's an 11. 11 is the number of disciples after Judas committed suicide. It's the number of chaos and confusion.
Right.
It's the number of war. It's the number of rebellion.
Mm.
And so we're at this hinge moment in history where everything has come to a head to this very date.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, this pivot that's occurring right now in this dark to light moment, the 21st was the longest day of the year, 21st, 22nd, shortest night. And all this stuff, dark to light. The 250th anniversary of the Army and the military parade in Washington. A lot of people didn't notice these little details. See, D.C. is like a separate nation state, an occupying army nation state for these globalista. And they have some of these around the world. The normal laws don't apply, which the J6ers learned the hard way.
Yeah.
And so the District of Columbia is this place where foreign occupation within the banking, the politics of bench law and things like that, British common law, things like that, tend to own control. Mm-hmm. When Trump had the army there the other day, it was very symbolic because literally we retook that location with an occupying army, retaking space that belonged to the American people, not to some private secret handshake club. Look at Washington, D.C., the swamp, and just use any search engine and go to a cult. So if you think about it, Trump brings in the army. They have a huge display of their presence and retakes the city. And then everybody knows, we'd conquer a place. Think of Mount Suribachi in the Pacific during World War II. And you have these amazing men that raise the flag at the top of Mount Suribachi, showing that we had taken control of the island. It wasn't done, but it's told the enemy that we're here, we've pushed you off, and we're coming for the rest of you. Trump, after the army's there, they do the huge parade. They turn around and then he puts not one, but two flagpoles up on the lawn of the White House. Kind of kids playing games, capture the flag, etc., planting the flag. Right. They win. Okay. They got the high ground now. You're in the swamp and you've taken over the swamp, right? And he plants two flags. And it's interesting, the flagpoles, by the way, are 88 feet tall above the ground. And the numbers on the flag are, on size and everything else, all of it has relevant meaning. But also two flags, not one. Right. This is part 2. This is not the first episode of this drama, which was the first 10 years with Trump, because it wasn't just him campaigning, coming into office, and then the intervening period. It was after he took office, or after he had to leave office, and all the dramas he went through, all the fight he went through, and to survive all of that and not suffer impeachment, not, they couldn't, get him criminally the way they wanted to and stop him. They tried to stop him from being able to even be on the ballot. Remember the action out of Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
And all the work they went to. And then a dozen states were going to take him off the ballot after Colorado did. Got all the way to the Supreme Court. My friend Trennis Evans and the team around him put in the amicus brief that had 5 different things that the Supreme Court decided were the key factors in the case that said that Trump could not be taken off the ballot. And they won that. So they were driving the ship of state. They're like pirates. And they'd captured control of the ship of state. And they were driving the ship and taking us into the shoals, into the, reefs to crash the ship of state and destroy America. As it turns out, we've made it all the way through. The army has retaken our city-state capital.
And
Trump
what about
planted.
Melania, too? Melania standing in front of Trump, like the queen, right?
Yes. And so the queen blocks the king and protects the king. And so there's a lot of symbology that's being played out here. And by the way, it's interesting when you look at the scriptures, how much symbology is all through the scriptures. The high priest has a jewel for each tribe of the 12 tribes, and it's on his breastplate when he goes before God. There's symbology before God, the representation of each of the 12 tribes. The Ark of the Covenant with the angels with their wings above. The pictures, the stories, a river of life flowing through the middle of the heavenly city with trees on either side that give their fruit monthly, and the leaves of the trees being for the healing of nations. Okay. You can go into all this amazing symbology, the beast, the harlot, the different colors of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Symbology is all through there, and we're supposed to kind of understand what these symbols mean. In this fight that we've been in, Trump has used signals and symbology, flag communications. My first book had the orange cube on every page, and which had significant special meaning about the 2020 election. And every dress that Melania wore had specific meaning. The first dress was Tiffany blue, and that was a color, specifically Tiffany, created by Jackie Kennedy when they were doing the new paint scheme for Air Force One. And so they chose the color blue. She named that color Tiffany blue. Melania, on her personal website for the inauguration day, the dress was called Tiffany blue that she had custom made. And the symbology was that which had been stolen from America and taken out of the White House. President Trump and Melania symbolically were coming back and retaking the White House in the spirit of the president who had been removed unjustly and by a coup. They were back to take it back. If the first dress was important, the last dress was equally or even more important. And it was the message of my book, page 71, that the 2020 election would equal the mega to the third power, which is cubed, over corn. Well, what's the corn? When we train people to become intelligence officers, spies, we send them to the farm. And when they're done at the farm, they're a farm product. So we would teasingly call them corn because the biggest produce crop in America is corn. So we call them corn. So if you look, who was actually stealing and controlling the vote in the 2020 election? FBI, CIA, National Security Agency people were in there. Spies from all over multiple countries around the world overturned and corrupted the vote in 2020. So with that in mind, 2020 would equal mega to the third power or cubed over corn. And in symbology of that, I put an orange cube on every page of my book. And we talked about, the things covered, the horrendous things in the coming election, coming to light, dark to light. So Melania wears this dress with orange cubes, exactly like the orange in my book. And thank you, babe. My voice was getting really dry in my throat. The orange cubes dark to light, with the cubes getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, that's exactly what we're experiencing now. But at that time, that was the last dress that Melania wore as she was walking off Air Force One, and they got in the Secret Service vehicles and went to Mar-a-Lago. It was the last dress she wore publicly, with the message of my book right there in plain sight. Now you come forward, and with this Queen's move to protect the king, in this fight that we're in, there's great symbology there. And then Trump planting the flags, two of them, on 88-foot flagpoles. 8 is the number of the new day, new beginnings. And there's all sorts of symbology in there, out to the 4 corners of the earth, by the way. And taking the hill. Okay. And symbolically at the center of the swamp. Okay. So there's all sorts of ways you could read that. And let me just add this one little thing. When you look at parables, and symbology, they're important and they point in a certain way. They have meaning like that. We don't get lost in that. We don't, get buried in all these little nuances. Some people do, and I think they lose their way. They're interesting guideposts that are reference points, but our faith, our activity. Oh, here I've got. Could you?
Sure.
Could you shoot a message over to Laura and tell her that I'll get on with the FBI guy? Yeah, when I get done here, he's finishing the interview and I'm finishing the interview.
Or from Alaska.
Yeah. I apologize. Ask her to give me half an hour. I apologize. So we don't get lost in the symbology. The devil and his minions with all of their stuff. Sorry, I gotta send another call to outer space too. There we go. So the devil and his minions, they go a certain way. They get out of control. They go all these different ways. We don't do that. We're being guided by God himself.
That's right.
Oh yeah, and he says free and 45, so that's perfect. Just tell her perfect on that. Thanks. So I just, want, with the church community, Christian community, we're looking at scriptures and all these other things. We're battling, occultists and witches and all sorts of things like that. Secret handshake groups, with their special hats and aprons. We're not doing that.
Right.
But we're aware of it. And for some of the messaging within a certain zone, we do have some things that are representative of things, but you know, I get encouragement from the flag. It's a great symbol of who we are as a nation. Do I believe that the flag will stop a bullet? You know, a magic bullet or something like no. It's still just represents something, and I honor what it represents, but it of itself is still of this world. It's still cloth.
Right.
And so we get that we have symbols and meaning and things like that, but we don't get lost in it like it's becomes powerful in and of itself, like some of these people that have talismans that they have to carry around with them that are, you know, imbued with some special power. That's not us. Our power comes from God himself, from the blood of Christ. And it's not just symbolic, it's real.
Sure. Now, in regards to the whole financial landscape, do you see, and because I'm reminded of what Prophet Kim Clement said, that there would be a tumultuous summer. And to me, you know, we thought maybe last year was that year, but I think this year is that year that he was talking about. You're familiar with Kim Clement, right, Juan?
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah.
I thought you were. And do you remember that word that he spoke about, the tumultuous?
Yeah, and the only thing I would tell you is that let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be mentally prepared, ready for a lot of different things. We're only 150 days into this current administration.
Right.
It's hard to believe how much has already happened. And when you compare it to President Trump's first term, it seems like we're going much faster. But remember how quickly, you know, Flynn was under attack days after he was put into, appointed for office. The Russia stuff, 1,000 little attacks, and by the way, all of the allegations, even about whether or not Trump had actually won from the Hillary camp and the Russia, he was in collusion and all sorts of stuff, and it handcuffed him, put a boat anchor on him to get things done in that first term. But this is different now. And Trump has not got all of his people, his appointments in place yet. They're trying to slow that down. By the way, because the budget hasn't been passed, critical operations at numerous locations, Justice Department being one of them, they can't hire the new attorneys. They're frozen. They don't have a budget for travel, for interviews and other things like that. So everything is in a kind of a stalemate. And of course, Congress knows that. So they know what's coming. So they don't want to pass the budget because this big, beautiful bill, second it gets passed, some really nasty things start happening to the people that were involved in 2020 theft. And prior to that, the Russiagate stuff, which is where the first arrest will be. So they're trying to restrain and hold it back. Trump, on the other hand, because he is in the driver's seat, he's passed all of these executive orders, issued them, and a bunch of executive actions. He has cut off the money supply to a lot of the problem agencies and groups with, the slush money that was going out to him. And then literally shut down and pushed out lots of people that, were essentially anti-Trump. So with that in mind, when the budget finally gets passed, things are going to slingshot forward in amazing ways. Thus far, the people opposing Trump haven't got their war in the Mideast, which would have shot oil prices to the moon. We haven't given the massive additional extra money to Ukraine that they had planned on to further break us. We're looking at and sifting through all of these, billions of dollars that were given to friends of Biden in the last days of the Biden administration. There's lots of things being done, but there's a huge financial storm coming. I don't think it actually happens as quickly as others do. And when that card is played, again, it's to try and stop things that Trump is doing. Well, they haven't quite got to the point where they want to play that card. And when it does get played, the question is, will the deep state and globalista players get to play it first, or will Trump accelerate the timeline just as he did in the Mideast, just as he did in Ukraine and in the Congo and Africa, where instead of waiting for other people to figure it out, he forced a decision or decisions to bring things to a head. Why is he doing that? Because as he takes these things off the table for potential distractions, imagine if we get to the first arrest here in America on the Russia stuff and a war breaks out in the Mideast at the same time and takes everybody's attention away and does go nuclear somehow. Imagine what happens if something happens in Ukraine that could take us into, a nuclear exchange with Russia. He has to shut that down. The feeding of the demonic in the spiritual realm, if you remember one sentence that I say in this whole interview, I would think the sentence would be, all war is spiritual. All war, any category you can think of. The first of war, and there was war in heaven. Satan and his angels, Michael and his angels, and the devil, Satan, was weakened in this war and could no longer find a place in heaven and was cast to the ground. So the beginnings of war are spiritual in nature. We're in a spiritual war, and we have to operate accordingly. Whether you're talking finance, politics, religion, it's a spiritual war. And that's the moment that we find ourselves in, these worlds and collisions of ideas. And so we have to operate accordingly. There is a war coming in the financial realm. And of all the things that we're going to have to fight in this reset of America, the war in the financial realm is going to be the greatest of all of them. And greater than the machines of war, weapons of war. And if you think about it, you can murder somebody, you can take their life in combat and battle, and their lifeblood and the demon's feast. But when you work and you exchange moments of your life for stuff, be it food, land, a car, transportation, or a intermediate thing like silver or gold. You don't need a car this week. You don't want a cow. You don't want land. So you put it in a store of wealth temporarily until you find somebody that has something you need. or you search out something that's exactly what you want, and then you have a medium of exchange with something like gold or silver or paper dollars or, you know, electronic dots and tittles on a computer screen, you know, cryptos, whatever. And if the other person will accept what you have as that medium of exchange, then you can get things that you actually want and do things you want to do. From a demonic side, from the devil himself, if he can steal, if his agents and agency can steal what you have traded your life energy for, then he has captured your life in many ways.
Sure.
And that's why even the money, look at the dollars, look at the currency in any country in the world, paper currency, it's covered with all types of dark imagery, talismans, microscopic symbology that has esoteric meaning, hidden meaning, especially to the occultists that run the banking system, these servants of Lucifer himself. And if the devil through war can obtain your financial wealth, then he can control what you can do with your life energy or how you can invest it to make gain, to leverage it out over time and to have and leave a legacy for your children and your children's children. It says that a blessed man, a righteous man, leaves an inheritance for his children's children. Okay. He takes his life energy, does stuff with it, invests it, builds a house, builds a business, invests it wisely, and then he has some of his life energy that God gave him to hand over to the next generation and the generation after to propel them forward, to do the things that they could do and to get a jump start. So a righteous man stores up his life energy in some form to pass it to future generations and make their life smoother, faster, easier. They accomplish more in their life because they've had a jump start on life. If the devil can steal that, he has,
which he has,
by a different mechanism, stolen just like your lifeblood. Okay. It's just in a different form. All of your work, all of your labors, all of your time, all of your, you know, input and genius, and he steals it from you. It's like stealing your blood. These are parasites sucking off of humanity for the devil's purposes and not our own. So when I say that the war that we're in, all war is spiritual, even in the warring that's coming in the financial realm, which will be as great as anything that happens in this second term by Trump. It will be epic.
How can we prepare for that one?
Well, again, that's a God thing. You know, we have people in this audience that may be kids that, you know, they're just not ready to do that much. And yet they can prepare. They can have skills, genius, expertise, strength to trade for things that other people need. There's stuff that I don't want to do or can't really do as readily as some of the kids around me can. So they can trade some of those things. If I have silver saved up, I'll trade it with them for stuff that they can do that I need done. They might not be able to store up the silver before a crisis, But in the midst of the crisis, they can be more profitable and useful, even for themselves, than they might think. So their best use of their time and effort might be to trade or prepare in certain ways to be able to make trade and get things that they can't get right now. I think there'll be an even higher demand in the midst of some national crisis. For others, God's calling on them may very well be to set aside things that they can help carry their family through. What are you going to do with a bunch of silver or gold? You're probably going to buy food or, things that are utilitarian to kind of keep getting through. The only thing I would say is what's coming this time around is not Armageddon. It's not the apocalypse. Mm-hmm. We're not shutting the world down till Christ returns. We have, just like anybody that's, experienced an earthquake, a storm, something devastating, a moment where the country is going to hit the wall for a little bit. And you need to have, let's say things got shut down for 10 days through any kind of attack on the power grid, etc. Does it come back on instantly, or does it take a bit to get things reoriented, resorted out? Some areas may get hit much harder than others and feel the pain a bit more. If you've got a bit more set aside, not just for yourself, but for other people around you, you can take the edge off so we can all get through this together and wake up on the far side, 30 days or 3 months later or whatever. And if you've stored some things up, you may make new friends, new acquaintances. People have this dystopian view of roving gangs of, bad guys, immigrants, jails broken out or something, roaming the streets without opposition. The reality is America is an armed camp. And in reality, in that kind of a situation, people aren't able to get too far. So they protect close to home. Just get to know your neighbors better. Anybody that shows up that's not supposed to be there, everybody's eyes going to be on them. It's going to be like one big block watch party. That you're not going to have the lawless gangs. You might have a few cities. We anticipate 14 that go through some level of chaos because of the way the mayors and governors have operated. And some of these problem children will self-centralize back to those locations. But overall, America is still America. And this Americana mentality and spirit is very strong. So we actually anticipate being in pretty good shape. And I think it will be a growing experience, not as destructive of an experience as some people think it could or would be.
I agree. Well, I believe that it had to be done this way, to open up the eyes of those that have been asleep for so long, even asleep in the church, and now they're awakening to the truth because we've been so dependent on the government instead of depending on God and his word, right?
Yep. That's true.
Yeah, so there's a definite shift that's happening right now. That's for sure. So what would you say, Juan, what does every American need to hear right now? Now a word from our sponsor.
Over 260 million adults live in the U.S., and nearly 3 in 4 are overweight. More than half say their weight affects their mental health, and 59% believe life would be better if they could just feel more confident in their own body. There's a big demand, but there's also a big problem. Despite spending more than $90 billion a year, many solutions in the market are unsustainable or simply ineffective. People don't need another gimmick. They don't need another fad diet, and they don't need another drug. They need support. Natural options designed to work with the body, not against it. They need solutions, a smarter approach to energy, metabolism, and progress. You're about to discover 2 groundbreaking products to help reach your goals. One is formulated to support healthy fat metabolism, the other to support healthy weight goals. Two innovative products with one mission, helping you look and feel your best. Click the button to learn more about this effective combo.
So click on the link below to learn more. Now back to Wano Saven, in your own opinion.
Well, that we're all in this together. A lot of people think in kind of I got mine, too bad about you terms. And I don't think that's truly an Americana mentality. And it's not healthy. And if through deception and propaganda, our hearts have been made cold or distracted enough that we've fallen into that kind of a mental trap. This is a good time. Take a deep breath. Start with some praises and thanksgiving for the things that you have and the opportunities that God puts into your life, not just for yourself and to feather your own nest, but to kind of be there for relatives, friends, etc. Not in a communistic sense where we have all in common, we give everybody around us everything, and we have to impoverish ourselves to the needing masses around us. But, intelligently looking at how we can, use some of our knowledge, energy, strength, etc., to take the edge off for those around us while they pull their act together. One of the things in the early church, and we had the same thing with the Pilgrims when they came to America. In Acts, it describes how, as the early church was born, the first church service, by the way, where was it held? After Christ was resurrected, walked with the apostles and many others, and then was caught up into heaven. And then they were praying and fasting, and you had Pentecost and this message that Peter gave. And there were 5,000 men plus women and children. So arguably 25,000 people that believed on Christ in that first message that Peter gave. He gave that message in front of the synagogue. And so these were, believers in that community. There was a house next door to the synagogue. And the person that owned that house was obviously very wealthy, very influential. To have the house next door to the synagogue, you had to have connections. And so no doubt somebody that had very strong connections into the Jewish community there, and Caiaphas and all of those guys. And his name was Justus, and Justus. And so the first services, the first community church was Justus's house. That's where they met. And in fact, when they prayed and decided who would be the replacement for Judas as one of the 12 apostles, they chose between Justus and Barnabas. And Justus wasn't chosen, but he was considered of such high character, and they respected him so much that he was considered. But why wouldn't God have chosen Justus? because his work as the first church location, meeting location next to the temple was so crucial that maybe God, it wasn't that he rejected him to be an apostle. He had a more important thing for him specifically to do, which was from that location, and everything that goes with it. And by the way, the early understanding for apostles was that these were men who had personally met and seen Jesus, and by many accounts. And so Justice would have qualified in that area as actually having met at some time, interacted with Jesus directly. Well, then how does somebody like Paul become an apostle? Did he ever see Jesus in person? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But he had his Damascus Road experience. And Christ himself revealed himself to Paul. So even by that mentality, he would have qualified as an apostle. But when they had this experience, what happened, and this is where I was going with this story a moment ago, the people brought all of their goods, which they had in common, and shared them evenly amongst the church, the new believers, from their wealth to those that had need. In a sense, they created their first communistic community. Now, was that the will of God? And this is an important point for people to have in their mind. Just because people are of faith and they have, grace, intelligence, want to do important things, did God tell them to share all of their wealth evenly and to have all things in common in that way? There was a spirit that was present, but it may have got out of control or not on point somehow. It doesn't appear anywhere else, where God's doing stuff, that this was what he wanted them to do. And it appears that, some goodwill got turned into something that took them off course a bit. And there's people that have done better presentations. I'm just alluding to that. But it's worth considering. Just because it feels good doesn't mean necessarily that's what God's calling you to do. Now, it doesn't mean that there may not have been need for some to give extra, and some may have been called, like the rich man who Christ told to give away all that he had and to come follow him. And so there's individuals that get calls like that. But did everybody get that exact same call? Were they under some kind of conviction that if they wanted to be as spiritual as so-and-so, they also had to do that? Well, when you build a business, a farm, a family, is it right to just throw all of your wealth into a pot? And then the tyranny of the crowd, you're now at the mercy of them for how you take care of your family and make decisions. And this was the same problem you had with the Puritans.
Sure.
When they came here, the Pilgrims,
Right.
they came, and the first community that they built, they had a free-for-all. They all worked lots of land together in a very communistic sense. And so at the end of the first year, and they built houses together and all that, at the end of the first year, they nearly died. The crops didn't come in right. Some people, the pastor running this whole thing was constantly having to badger people, do your part. You're letting everybody else have to do all the heavy lifting. You're waiting for somebody else to do stuff. So the second year, after they survived by a miracle, each was assigned a plot of land, and they could trade with the others to build their abode there. And when you got to enjoy the fruits of your labors, everybody had plenty, because people tended to, deal with something that they owned differently than something that was owned by the whole community in a communistic sense. And, from the scriptures, we see that if any man won't do his part, Paul had to address this.
Sure.
If any man isn't doing his part, let him not eat. Okay. When they were doing it in the communistic sense, a lot of people were just enjoying living off the fat of the land, resources that other people brought. They were just on a constant, they were so spiritual, and they could sit around all day reading the scriptures and making notes, and somebody else had to fix the food. Somebody else had to serve the table while they were being hyper spiritual, so heavenly minded.
No earthly
They
good.
were no earthly good. Okay. So, in what we're doing, we need to consider that there is some personal responsibility, personal investment, and the satisfaction of personal reward. There's a certain dignity, godliness. The farmer that works and tills the land, manages people to do it, makes the right calls with divine grace to plant, at the right time, and pray the weather through so he doesn't get rained out, and the harvest and all that. There's a sense of professional pride that is not evil, that is a satisfaction that we get to enjoy from well-focused, hard labors, under divine direction, exercising wisdom in our affairs to be able to have that divine harvest at the right time, divinely provided harvest. When the Thanksgiving dinner came, it was the satisfaction that everybody had somehow pulled it together, figured it out, had an abundance to share, including with guests with the Indians and like that, who had helped them initially to survive, and kind of a community spirit, and enjoying the fruits of their own labors. As America gets back on track, we're going to leave this mentality where via taxation, we can steal other people's goods,
right,
and live off of it as that's okay. And then others via taxation steal our life energy and centralize it for their own good, using the power of the weapons of government to make them fatter and fatter and fatter. We're not going to, there's a scripture in Ezekiel, I believe it is, and it's a warning to the people of impending pending judgment. And it says, when you're living in your houses, one built upon another, these city landscapes just packed in. Cain was the builder of cities, and he packed them and stacked them because that made them controllable. And that's why he could be a king over them. And that's why they went there, 15-minute cities, everybody living in a very compact place where all services are dependent on some central mind and control.
And so in Ezekiel, I believe it is, or Jeremiah, every man oppressed by his neighbor. When you're living in these cities, one on top of another, one house built on top of another house, packed in, every man oppressed by his neighbor. If that isn't a picture of Internal Revenue Service.
Right.
Every man stealing from each other to get ahead, and then somebody managing that and taking, the third off the top before it goes to anybody, right?
Right. Yeah,
For
absolutely.
administration, okay? And so for society, for what's coming, for what Trump and the team around Trump are intending to do, slaves no more, the spirit of slaves no more, to these managers, these globalistas, they're going to manage us. They're going to destroy, kill, murder 13 out of 14 people on the planet. That's what the Georgia Guidestones was all about. That 13 out of 14 people living on the planet today needed to die in order for them to have this new world order, because the carrying capacity of the planet is only 500 million. Some wise man has said. They're so full of shit. And, and it's okay to have murders. 10 million people dead in the Congo in the last 5-7 years. 1 million in Rwanda next door. These people, they live there. The wealthiest people on planet Earth as a population per capita are the people of the Congo. They have more wealth than any other nation on planet Earth per capita. The problem is it's right under their feet, and they don't have the organization, the infrastructure, the society to be able to pull it together and manage it, pull it out of the ground and sell it, and or manage other people to do the same. Imagine Saudi Arabia, where you have all of these people. Very few of them actually work in the oil industry. They manage oil extraction, refining, distribution, and the money that comes from it. But they don't actually work at the oil well. They don't work on the ship. They work in the financial side. And many of them are very, very skilled. Congo could do something like that. They're far wealthier in mineral wealth than anything that Saudi Arabia has even dreamed of. But they can't get at it. And they look at it almost as a curse. Since the early 60s, when they became their own nation state, Congo's lost something around 25 million people in war, one type and another. So it's a great horror. Having that wealth right under your feet hasn't helped them a bit because they haven't been able to figure it out to get it. America is not that different. We have been amazing at getting at, utilizing, enjoying the wealth under our feet in this nation that God has planted us in. But our enemies were driving us off track, shutting us down, getting us to, do things that didn't make any sense for American business. In this administration, we are coming against those people that were shutting us down, making us dysfunctional, eliminating and allowing to deteriorate our infrastructure to where we would become like the people of the Congo. Wealthy,
but unobtainium, we couldn't get to it under our feet because of rules, regulations, insanities that aren't real. Green deals and things like that, legislating ourselves into oblivion and then taxing ourselves so we have no wealth to invest individually to, develop these things. Only the government, only the corporation can decide how and where to invest and who gets money and how much they get, and things like that. America was headed to an extremely dark place. Trump's there in office. The mentality is we're going to return the land to the people, and we're going to stop taking all of their money, and we're going to stop allowing the monsters to get us to be involved in, killing, murder, death, wars, killing ourselves, abortion, and drugs, etc., and allowing that a replacement population comes in and takes over our country while we die.
Right.
That's what God has given us, this leadership to
I agree.
allow us to, regain the high ground. And even symbolically, the fish rots from the head. Okay. Well, we're stopping the rot. We took the high ground in the rotten city. And now we're not just draining the swamp, we're power washing the swamp.
I love it.
So we're going to divert the Potomac over there and flush the whole place out.
It
And
needs
then,
to. It was called Murder Bay.
Yes. That's
So,
right. I'd forgotten about that. That's a great story. That's a great point.
Right. I mean, so it's time. It's time that we're heirs of Christ Jesus, and it's time for us to step into what is rightfully ours. And God has chosen Trump to be the man, the anointed one, for this time and season to do just that. And it doesn't mean that, okay, well, God's called him, we don't have to pray for him. No, we need to pray even the more.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So.
Yep.
Wow, exciting time. So we're heading into another phase. How many other phases do we got to go through? I know people are going to be asking me this,
Well, with this second phase is really the entirety of the Trump term. It's the retort. It's the adults driving the ship of state. Pirates have hijacked the ship of state. Okay. The Johnny Depps of the world have got control of the ship of state. They're drunken. They're taking us into the reefs. Who knows what, danger we're in, right? And all war is spiritual. These people have a spiritual component that drives their decisions to capture the ship of state and do things that they want to do with it. We have a spiritual component to this also, and we're in a divinely orchestrated war to take back the helm of the ship of state from these criminals, these pirates, to bring us safely away from danger for our children, our grandchildren, for the church itself. We have, as Christians, God gave the Jews, the direct descendants of Adam, the direct descendants of Noah, the direct descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He gave them an inheritance, and certain rights and privileges as the Jewish nation. And over time, they killed the prophets. They did not regard their birthright properly, and then they were led into idolatry and evil. Remember where the Baal worshipers were located, on the hills around Jerusalem, where Elijah had to confront the priests of Baal, who were encouraging and enticing God's people, the Jews, to make their children pass through the fire. In other words, they were offering their children to Baal. They had a huge bronze statue of this bull, and it had a door on it like a potbelly stove that folded down, and they would place their children alive on this door, and then the door would rise up and close and tip the baby into a red hot coal furnace. And during this, the people were chanting and doing all their stuff. Why? Because the baby is screaming. The crowd is screaming. It's frenetic. The parents are screaming. It was a horror. And it was right there in the hills around Jerusalem. And so Elijah challenged the priests of Baal. They said that this was an offering that God wanted. God didn't want their babies roasted alive. The father, the devil, did. Baal, not God in heaven. And so, with this choice between the two groups, Elijah had first placed the land under a judgment, a curse, where it didn't rain for 3 years. And then everybody knew he was a prophet and that he had power to do that. And then they had this standoff to decide who the real God was, and God took the offering from Elijah, and not from the priests of Baal, and then they killed all the priests of Baal. In its own sense, America has to be careful. The devil wanted us to be like Israel, where by their actions they came unto judgment from God, and then God rejected them as a nation and handed over their birthrights to Gentiles in large measure, and into only certain of their families, a remnant within the Jewish community. Even though they had been scribes and had kept all the scriptures perfectly and preserved the bloodlines down to Joseph and Mary, the reality is, down through David and things like that, that at a certain point, because of their evil, they were rejected before God, and they had lost their way. And so we, America, directly as a Christian nation and Christians worldwide, through the blood of Christ, we have become that new nation of blessing. And the promises, for example, I will bless those that bless thee and curse those who curse thee. A lot of people are saying right now that that's the nation of Israel in the Mideast. No, that's a political creation via the Brits and the Rothschild family. It's political Israel. It is not spiritual Israel. And we have lots of beautiful, Christians that live there from all over the world, people of faith. But political Israel is a creation of man.
Yep.
And the Israel which the scriptures speak of is this body of Christ. So there's a lot of believers and there's a lot of pastors and prophets and all sorts of things that, have got a propaganda thing going, like we as America, no matter what, we just have to back Israel no matter what. And that's just not true. That's political Israel. Albert Pike, in the mid 1800s, in his book Morals and Dogma, described how they needed 3 world wars to create a one world government and to bring in the government of Lucifer.
Wow.
Okay. And the 3rd war would be a religious war between the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. Well, part of the pathway in getting there is the creation of political Israel, with the Balfour Declaration and then the UN affirming it. The UN being a creation of the Rockefeller brothers after World War II. And again, funded by the Lucis Trust. I could go into hours and hours on that, but the long and short of it is you're looking at political Israel. Does God have many of his people there? Yeah. Has the propaganda been successful in conning people into believing that this is somehow the Israel of the Bible? Yeah, it's been great. Is there, because of location in the area promised to Abraham and his descendants, some correlation? Yes, absolutely. But not everything that happens in Israel is something that we would back or want to be part of. It's actually a blocking move aimed towards the return of Christ by placing the Antichrist on the throne there, by the way.
Yes, and we had a great conversation when you were here in Gettysburg when we met for dinner, and it was quite fascinating how you talked about oh my gosh, oh my God, hello. About Charles and
Prince Charles, which is now King Charles, yes. And Prince William. Yeah.
And yes, and William, and how you broke it down to I am, William, I am, and it just blew.
Well, let me just say it for people. So
okay, yes, it's so fascinating.
When God was talking with Moses at the burning bush, and God commissioned Moses to go to Pharaoh and to tell Pharaoh to let his people go. And you have to remember that Moses was raised to be a Pharaoh. He was raised in Pharaoh's court, in Pharaoh's house. He was raised almost certainly with the Pharaoh that reigned during this time of the Exodus. And so they were actually half brothers, if you will. And when Moses said to God in the burning bush, excuse me, I had the hiccups there for a second.
Yep, no worries.
When Moses said to God, God tells him, okay, go over to Egypt, tell Pharaoh, let my people go. And Moses, rather astutely figures out, well, Pharaoh's going to look at me. He's Pharaoh. He's got all the army. He's got all of the servants and slaves. He's got the big house here. And who are you, Moses? You're now a sheep herder in North Africa with a black wife. And you're going to tell me what to do.
Right.
Okay. And so who sent you on this mission? On whose authority are you telling me what to do? And Moses says, Pharaoh, well, God. Well, what God? They had, dozens of gods. By the way, the 10 plagues of Egypt, each of the things that happened was aimed at one of the gods that the Egyptians worshipped.
What?
So, for example, like the frogs. Remember the plague of frogs? Well, they worshipped frogs.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
Yes. Wow. So each of the plagues is aimed at a god that Egypt served. Okay. And there's people that talk on that. So, Pharaoh's like, which God is it that you're serving that's so powerful? We have powerful gods here in Egypt. What are you talking about? Right. And so when he's looking for a name, maybe could you send Laura a note? I'll be just a few more minutes and I'll join them in that call. When God spoke to Moses, he says, tell Pharaoh, I am that I am. So the God, the great I am, tells you to go tell him to let his people go. Well, if you remember when the devil sinned against God, when the devil started this war with God, the devil didn't want to be greater than God Almighty. He served in God's court, okay, as a ministering angel, an archangel. It says that Satan, who was this very beautiful, with musical instruments embedded in his body, he's part of his body, the most beautiful of all the angels there before God, that pride entered in. And because of his beauty, everything, he thought he was, an equal to God. So he sought to rule in heaven, to be as God, a co-equal, as an act of will. He, as an act of his own will, would be equal to God. The word is will, I am. God is I am. It's an act of will, I am. Will, I am. And, if you think of the Crowleyan thing, what's the greatest law for Satanists? Do as thou wilt. So you, as an act of your will, do whatever it is that you want to do. You are now, as Satan, loose of the devil. You are your own God. Do as thou wilt. Whatever it is that you will to do, just go do it. You're your own God. And that's the ultimate defiance to God Almighty. Right. Where we are in service to our Creator. And what God does as an act of love is he does in fact make us as sons of God. Remember Christ said, he who has seen me has seen the Father. And the Jews recognized that he was putting himself on the same footing as God in heaven, which was blasphemy as far as they were concerned. He who has seen me has seen the Father. God putting on flesh like we put on a coat. Okay? Yet, because of the blood of Christ, we become brothers in Christ and perfect before God, in the family of God, and therefore we enjoy, as sons of God, everything that God has in a way, in a form, in a shape, in a mystery. We become powerful as sons of God before God himself. I hesitate to say a co-equal, and yet as a son of God, we enjoy all the power, authority of the Godhead.
Amen.
Okay, so we enjoy through the blood of Christ and right relationship with God everything that the devil was denied, that he tried to will himself to be. And by the way, I always like to mention it whenever this kind of stuff comes up. A fantastic person, just a great guy, Cal Donnie, Kal, last name Donnie, Dani. Cal Donnie's Blogspot. If you go read, he only wrote 6 articles ever. I wish I could claim authorship for any one of them. They're all masterpieces. If you go read Prince William's Occult Numbers, he does an amazing, and it's not a fast read. There's no book, there's no publication. I actually offered to do that, and we're going to talk about it when I'm up in Scotland here shortly, here in the next few weeks. But he has upgraded his articles, done several articles, but the one on Prince William's Occult Numbers, I think, is just an amazing, inspired piece. And so I would encourage people to go find that and read it. And then all the other 5 articles, that's all he's ever written, and they're all inspired. Amazing.
Thank you, Juan. I appreciate that. I know that you've got to get ready to head out. But I'll put that in the description below so people can go ahead and look at that and research the matter out themselves. Where can people find you? Because I see different sites all over the place. Where do you have a Rumble site personally, or?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. There's a fan that runs a 107 page and does a pretty good job of it, and with my permission, in part because it's kind of a blocking action for a lot of the mischief that goes on, where people would try to hijack something or whatever. And so that fan's doing a great job, and with my permission. And that's the 107 site that's on, I think X and like that.
Okay.
And then Jen has her site, thejennifermack.com.
I'll have her site down below too.
Yeah, and I'm actually putting out an article. I'm trying to finish it tonight on some of the things that we've talked about today, and that'll be over at gumroad.com.
Okay.
And where I have some of the books and coins and like that. And I will post that here shortly. And but that's what I got.
All right. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. And tell Jennifer I said hello. Just love her. And yeah, sorry I took so much of yours and her time tonight, but just has been such a long time, so I'm glad we spent some good time together. Once you're in Gettysburg again, we'd love to meet with you. So don't forget to connect with us, okay?
Well, I'll look forward to it. And I've got a lot of just very intense travel, really, over the next several months. It doesn't lighten up, I think, until Christmas. We're trying to juggle things to make sure we hit all the spots that we have going right now. And it's just what it is. And we're thankful to be able to do it. But we're in the thick of it right now. So.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing. And I miss your boots. New style here?
Well, I sent them out to be polished, and so they're with somebody being polished right now. I hope to have them back here later this evening. So, but they didn't have them for me yet in time for the show. So I apologize, but they'll be back tomorrow.
All righty then. Well, God bless you, my brother. And thank you everyone for joining us on Upfront in the Prophetic. That was Juan O'Savin. I'll have Jennifer's links below as well as others. God bless you, everyone. God bless you, Juan.
Hey, I appreciate, of course, getting a chance to spend time with you, and look forward to doing it again soon.
All righty. You got it. That's promised.
All right.
Blessings, everyone.
Hey, everybody. You didn't have my beautiful chair to look at while I was gone. Well, I hope you enjoyed the long episode, folks. I'll check real quick, see if there's any updates on that story. That one from Washington seemed to disappear as soon as the Idaho fire story came out, so I'm tired, my friends. Not seeing anything. Not where I'm looking. Check one more spot. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, looks like it's still going on. Yep. Anyway, I am gonna let you guys go so I can get some rest, and I'll be on again tomorrow. It's 4th of July week, guys. Be interesting. We'll see where things go. Just hang in there. Don't take anything. Oh, sorry, puppy. Don't take anything too seriously right now. My dog's scared to death. People are shooting off fireworks again. Yeah, Juan's been on that boat ride a few days, hasn't he? Looks like a nice boat. But, yeah, I really appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys rock. It's so hot in here. I'm going to go lay in front of a fan. God bless you, friends. Trying to think if there's anything I'm forgetting. Sure there is. There usually is. I usually remember it the next day. And then I forget it by the time the show starts again, but it happens. But, yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. We'll see what's going around. I'm glad we got caught up on our one and everything. All that stuff. So, yep. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, Patriots.